Hey there, this is Taylor Ursula of That's So Pisces, and it's time to talk about Sag season. Vroom, vroom, baby, let's go. Behind me, you can see some candles that I've made for the Mars Kazemi that we just had. Special guest appearance. Those will be up on the Priestess Baby site in just a few weeks. So stay tuned for that. So much like the previous mutable seasons, I'm looking at you primarily Virgo season. We are going to have some ups and downs with the energies from Saturn, newly direct at 0 degrees of Pisces, as well as Neptune preparing to station direct near the end of Pisces. So all of the things that are going to move through Sagittarius, Mercury's already there and planning to station retrograde, which we'll talk about. All of the planets and bodies and energies that are going to move through Sagittarius will be coming up against Saturn and Neptune at different times. So we're going to have a little bit of like stop, pause, interruption, that kind of feeling. And later on, we'll experience some of the like ethereal, nebulous energies of Neptune. So it's going to be an interesting time. And yes, let's mention briefly for this moment, just to put it on the table, we will be having a Mercury retrograde this season. So buckle up, baby. It's about to get a little bit bonkers. I want to say, though, that it's less of a chaotic bonkers than Scorpio season was. You may recall we had a lot of oppositions to Uranus going on during Scorpio season, and that was really shaking us up, shaking us out of stagnant things, awakening us to dynamics that we may have been not aware of, we may have been ignoring, we may have been sort of hoping would work themselves out. We had a lot of kind of rug pulled out from under us during Scorpio season. So it's not quite that vibe. It's a little bit more starting to question our direction, starting to contemplate various influences and rerouting a little bit while also getting some confirmation finally of where we are trying to go. Okay, let's get into the transits and get a look at what exactly we've got going on this season. So on Wednesday, the 22nd, we have the sun formally move into Sagittarius. And on the same day, we have Venus at home in Libra, making an opposition to Chiron retrograde in Aries at 15 degrees. We know that Chiron is currently representing our wounding, our fears, our sort of internalized disappointments about being ourselves, initiating what we care about, being able to follow our instincts and sort of be in a leadership role. Venus has been happy to be home in Libra after that long summer of chaos. But there is something being brought to the surface that Venus might not be done processing. We've talked about how Venus, while in Libra, will meet up with the South Node, and that's going to be happening soon within this season. So what comes up at this opposition to Chiron may be more material that we need to examine or confront in order to get clear on what we are releasing through that South Node coming up. On Thursday, the 23rd, we have the Sun square Saturn. Okay, so as I mentioned, this is one of those sort of stop feelings. And when we enter Sagittarius as a sign, we are curious, we are hungry for knowledge, we want to roam, we want to be able to take in sort of a grand scale of information in order to sort of divine a sense of meaning from it. And Saturn is right at the gate at 0 degrees, sort of interrupting this momentum that wants to start building. Saturn in the big picture sign of Pisces, sort of asking us to, and again, newly direct, so starting to build again, right? When retrograde Saturn allowed us to sort of divest from structures that weren't making sense. Maybe we weren't really ready to commit to things or define anything in any real way until Saturn really made it to the end of that retrograde. And now we're starting to be ready to define those things. We're starting to be ready to put parameters around what it is that we think is happening here in Pisces. So Saturn here is sort of like, hey, don't get too carried away here. I know you want to build up this momentum. I know you want to sort of be up and away. I know you want to get out of here and like go explore. But we need to be mindful of what this looks like for our long-term plans. Is this a distraction away from what we are trying to build? Is there something permanent that you may be exploring that we want to build into our foundation in a more long-term way? If that's the case, then we need to pace ourselves. Then we need to be a little more intentional about it. In Sagittarius, we're kind of like, well, I don't know yet. I just want to feel the thing. I just want to like experience it first before I know if anything's permanent. Sagittarius is not really a permanent sign. Saturn is much more of a permanent energy. And so there may be this push and pull of, well, I'm not really sure yet. I need to go see it first before I can determine what we're really building. And we might feel a little confronted in that sense. We then have on the same day, the moon coming in to make a conjunction to Chiron and immediately oppose Venus. So that further amplifies that idea that we're bringing something to the surface that we're ready to, or at least needs to be confronted. I don't know if we're ever really ready to confront things, but something needs to be confronted. And the moon is sort of spreading this necessity. The moon in Aries is sort of amplified, ready to pop off a little bit. We might be sort of debating the sides of who created the wound and in what sense have I been upholding my obligation to keep that wound going? When have I suppressed some part of myself, and how is that impacting my relationships currently? The moon coming in and kind of activating that for us on a smaller, more emotional scale. On Friday the 24th, we have Mars move into Sagittarius as well. So this is what I've been describing as the time that Mars will finally get to see the North Node from a position where it's able to act more directly. The only time Mars has been able to see the South Node and the North Node, no, the only time Mars has been able to see the nodes is when it was hanging out in Libra, but we discussed how that was a place of debilitation for Mars, and Mars wasn't really able to do much short of surrendering and releasing what could no longer be held on to get us toward that Aries North Node. On Saturday the 25th, we have Mars enter into square with Saturn. Okay, you get what I'm putting down here? So everyone's running into this wall. Mars in particular may take it more personally. Mars is free to roam in Sagittarius, sort of off the books here, right? It's left its sign of domicile in Scorpio. It's not quite yet in its sign of exaltation in Capricorn. And so it's kind of on a lunch break. And Saturn here is like, well, now we need to think about what we want for the long term. Again, we need to think about what structures or responsibilities we need to take care of or tend to. And Mars is kind of like, I don't want to be responsible for things right now. So we may feel like where we want to go is sort of closed off to us. We might feel like our momentum, again, that we want to be building is interrupted right away. And we'll have to navigate what we need to move through in order to kind of get where we're trying to go. Or we may need to take a temporary pause on our efforts until this square clears. On Sunday the 26th, we have Mercury in Sagittarius making a trine to the North Node in Aries. This is exciting because this might be the first planet to make genuine contact with the North Node in some time. We did have Venus station retrograde in trine to the North Node, but that was a much more fraught time. And that didn't really feel like it was showing us in a supportive way what we were moving toward. If anything, that may have shown the importance of what was being unearthed by Venus during that retrograde season. But it was not yet a time that we were able to actually make any sense of that connection. So this is our first moment where a planet is making contact to this North Node in what might be a helpful way. Something to consider is that Mercury is in its retrograde shadow at this point, since Mercury will station direct at 22 degrees of Sagittarius on New Year's Day. So while they won't meet again, because the South Node and the North Node are moving backwards most of the time, Mercury will station direct within 1 degree of the North Node, which will be at 21 degrees by January 1st. So they will still be in somewhat of a loose connection, and we may have some follow-up on that day, January 1st, where we get a sense after this Mercury retrograde of what we've been working on or toward. But in this moment, we're getting a sense of what we've been exploring in Sagittarius through Mercury, which is its sign of detriment. So we've been zooming out, we've been thinking about big pictures, we've been thinking about creating meaning, and this may reveal to us something about what that North Node is all about for us. On Monday, the 27th, we have our full moon in Gemini at 4 degrees. We'll break this down more specifically in the Gemini full moon video, but know that this moon, which is on the mutable axis, will also be square Saturn. On the same day, we will have Mercury, who is ruling that Gemini full moon, who is in its shadow for its next retrograde, squaring Neptune in Pisces. Remember how I said that was going to be, those are going to be the two main vibes, right? Saturn, Neptune, Saturn, Neptune. Okay, so it's all happening at this Gemini full moon. This adds an extra layer of not knowing what the F is going on. In terms of having like data or facts or hard truth, okay? Mercury in Sag already doesn't have that necessarily. It is concerned with truth, but it recognizes that truth is personal, truth is malleable, truth is different for different people. And Neptune, of course, is out there in the deep ether of Pisces, trying to bridge the gap between the tangible realm and the compassionate sort of outer galaxy. We might be a little more inclined to daydream at this moon, especially since it's going to square Saturn and stop us from collecting more data. Tune into that full moon video to hear more about that. On Wednesday, the 29th, we have Venus in Libra hitting that South Node. So at 24 degrees, Venus is starting to wrap up this journey in Libra. Soon enough, Venus will be moving into its next sign of detriment, Scorpio. But for now, Venus is home in Libra, ruling the South Node from Libra, and is able to make a big purge here that might be a culmination of everything that we keep talking about. The Venus retrograde in Leo, Venus then moving through Virgo, Venus finally moving home into Libra to do some kind of fall cleaning, if you will. This is the moment where Venus is finally able to put it all out on the table, everything that we've been experiencing within our relationships that has been difficult since that Venus retrograde in Leo over the summer, and finally do away with what is no longer sustainable. We may see some friendships or some relationships end. We may see some big jumps or separations from where we've been into something, and not quite necessarily knowing what is next, but recognizing what we cannot continue to participate in. On Friday the 1st, we have Mercury make its way into Capricorn, where it will soon be stationing retrograde. So leaving that fiery sign of passion and pursuit and sort of zeroing in on what we've taken from that journey that we want to use to initiate in some way at this time. Again, remembering that we're in Mercury's retrograde shadow, so maybe taking our time with this process, maybe thinking really seriously about again, what we want to be building in the long term, since it is Capricorn and that's so concerned with kind of big picture efforts. On Saturday the 2nd, we have Mercury enter into a sextile to Saturn in Pisces. So a little bit of respite from those squares. Saturn's also ruling Mercury now and will be while Mercury is hanging out in Capricorn when it stations retrograde as well. So this is, again, where Mercury might want to slow down and start thinking more seriously about what it is that we took from that time in Sagittarius that we want to start working with in some sort of serious way. Again, remembering that this is an aspect we'll meet a second time as well as a third time when Mercury stations direct in the first hours of 2024. So this is a conversation that we're opening up right now that we'll be coming back to over the next couple weeks. On Sunday the 3rd, we have Venus wrapping things up in Libra, entering into a square to Pluto at 28 degrees of Capricorn. On the same day, we have the moon in Leo making a trine to Chiron, currently retrograde in Aries. Now, these things seem somewhat unrelated, but let's break down the chain of command here. The moon is in Leo, being ruled by the sun. The sun is in Sagittarius, being ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is in Taurus, being ruled by Venus. Venus in Libra is at home, ruling itself, entering into square with Pluto. And let's remember that Venus just made that opposition to Chiron right at the beginning of Sagittarius season about a week ago. So even though the moon in Leo seems somewhat unrelated to these events between Venus and Pluto, they absolutely are wrapped up in this story. The moon in Leo, we know, tends to be very proud, very righteous, very courageous, very brave and bold. Making that trine to Chiron, that's retrograde in Aries right now, might mean some instance of embracing what has been painful for us, taking it in stride in some way, finding a sense of pride, perhaps. Remembering, too, that this is a waning moon. We've already had the full moon, and we're leading up to a third quarter moon in Virgo, which is the next door sign. So this is the dark moon right now. This moon might be tapping into its inner strength, a very Leo word, and we know that we're going to have a strength year next year, 2024. So seeing some of those themes emerge, but we might be tapping into some of that strength within us, some of that resilience in the face of that Chiron wound, getting a sense of where we are bigger than what is currently plaguing us, or where we are able to be courageous in the face of what is painful to us right now. And that being ruled by the sun in Sagittarius, being ruled by Jupiter in Taurus, being ruled by Venus in Libra, who's making this square to Pluto, sounds very high school, but it sounds like we're playing a game of telephone. Remembering, too, that we've just had the full moon. So this is a waning moon at this point. We are leading up to a third quarter moon in Virgo, which is when we will make a big release. So in this time, this moon in Leo might be coming to terms with some ache, some wound that's been plaguing us, and tapping into some of that courage in order to move beyond it, or to recognize that we are bigger and stronger than that wound. So remembering that this moon is being ruled by the sun, which is being ruled by Jupiter, which is being ruled by Venus, who is also on the same day entering into the square to Pluto, there may be something stirred within us, something proud, something, again, courageous, something bold, where we are able to reconcile or reclaim something that's been outstanding there in that part of us that is experiencing strife or trauma. We might be bringing that into that square to Pluto and recognizing that whatever power dynamics have been disjointed, have been upended in this square, are pulling us away from situations or people who haven't necessarily wanted us to rise above that strife. And that's a pretty loaded interpretation of that energy. I encourage you to share with me what it brings up for you. There may be a lot of drama in that Venus square to Pluto with that moon being in Leo. There may be some defensiveness about our wounds as we encounter these broader power struggles in our relationships. So there may not be a reconciliation in that moment. And that might be something that we are actually moving into with the third quarter moon in Virgo. And that third quarter moon in Virgo happens the next day on the 4th. So on Monday the 4th, we have Venus making its way into Scorpio, fresh out of this square. Venus perhaps again separating from some relationships in which those power dynamics are no longer sound and are not going to be made right by the other parties involved. Venus moving into Scorpio, perhaps looking some of those wounds and needing to get strategic about where to get some of those needs met, especially if we have been separating from some relationships or some dynamics in which we were getting something out of the exchange. That can be what's so intense about this Libra South node and about separating from difficult Libra dynamics, is that we've been in contract that has been in some sort of balance for us for some time. Now we're recognizing that that balance isn't really real, and yet it has been the status quo for us for however long it's been going on. And that can be really upsetting, can trigger our defenses, can make us feel unstable. Those are all things Venus may experience while moving through Scorpio. And yes, we have our third quarter moon happening in Virgo. Remembering that this is another lunation being ruled by Mercury, who is now in Capricorn and is actually able to trine this moon. So the moon will trine that Mercury when it enters Virgo. This third quarter moon takes place at 12 degrees, just past Mercury. And so there may be getting on to the same page, something linking or syncing up, some sort of information. Again, we're still in that retrograde shadow, but we are in a place of release. And so it may be a time where we're able to be done with certain ideas, certain techniques, certain recipes for doing things, and just preparing to make space for whatever is going to come in next. On Tuesday the 5th, we have Venus and Scorpio making a trine to Saturn in Pisces. This could be nice. I'm going to be careful with what I say there. This could be, let's see, how do I want to say this? This could be, again, a gentler relationship to Saturn, right? We have the sextile from Mercury to Saturn. We have this trine now to Saturn. So it's not quite the square. It's not the sense of disconnect, right? But there may be a need to take on some more responsibility if we're talking about a Venus in Scorpio who is having to strategize about where to get what we need. This may be a time where we're able to see what connections we have with people currently that are able to extend into long-term plans, or that are able to ground and stabilize us now. And we should maybe note that Saturn is in Pisces, which is Venus's sign of exaltation. So while Venus is in detriment in Scorpio, there may be the receipt of some kindness, some sweetness from Saturn, who's able to provide some of that to Venus. And here's where we can explore a little bit of a complicated chain of command as well. Venus is in Sagittarius. No. Venus is in Scorpio, being ruled by Mars in Sagittarius, who admittedly cannot see that because they are next door. But Mars is in Sagittarius, being ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter's in Taurus, being ruled by Venus. So there's a little bit of an extended mutual reception happening here. Again, it's not the most helpful. There's a third party involved, and Venus and Mars can't see each other. But in a convoluted kind of roundabout way, there is something happening here where even though Venus is in a sign of detriment, there is a little bit of margin of control here in terms of getting ultimately what is needed. On Wednesday the 6th, we have Neptune stationing direct at 24 degrees of Pisces. So Neptune is one of those big outer planets where during its retrograde, we don't necessarily feel its impact. We don't necessarily feel it upsetting much or doing a whole lot. And so we might feel more of this energy closer to when this planet is stationing, whether it's retrograde or direct. So this will be the time where we feel the most Neptunian energy surfacing. Again, we're already having planets interact with this other planet from Sagittarius, which is making its energy more part of our day-to-day lives. But once this planet is in this moment of stationing direct, we might be in a little bit of a haze for that couple of days surrounding this event, just feeling this energy sort of beyond what we can tangibly explain, just sort of like casting a fog around us in this moment. On Thursday the 7th, we have the sun in Sagittarius make a trine to Chiron in Aries. On the same day, Mercury in Capricorn, again in its retrograde shadow, is making a trine to Jupiter, currently retrograde in Taurus. Now, once more, these are signs that are sort of seemingly unrelated at this point. We've got fire over here, we've got earth over here. However, we will remember that Jupiter, currently retrograde in Taurus, is ruling over the sun in Sagittarius. So whatever's happening between these two sets of aspects is certainly connected in some way. The sun in trine to Chiron may be a place, a period, a moment of integration of, again, whatever that Chiron wound is for us right now in that Aries part of our charts. We might be able to reconcile something. The sun in Sagittarius, again, is curious, is hungry, wants to experience and explore. And so it may be that something we can experience in this time allows us to transcend whatever that Chiron represents for us right now, sort of zooming out and showing us what is possible when we release or when we embrace some of what has been weighing on us. With Mercury in trine to Jupiter, we have two somewhat antithetical energies coming together. Mercury and Jupiter rule sort of opposite signs, right? Mercury rules Gemini and Virgo, Pisces and Sagittarius are opposite those two signs, and Jupiter rules those. And so they are opposite in some ways. Mercury tends to focus on the small, the nitty-gritty, the details, the tangible. Jupiter likes to focus on the big, the expansive, the philosophical. So when these planets come together, we have a meeting of some minds here. We have a merging of these two separate functions, and we're meeting here to sort of get a sense of where our separate processes might overlap in some way. So since these planets are both in some state of retrograde, right? Mercury is going to be retrograde soon. Jupiter is retrograde now. This is a conversation that we will return to once Mercury is retrograde in just a little bit of time. So this may be where, if we merge these two kind of aspects happening, if we're zooming out and we're able to transcend some previous ache or wound within us, then we might get a sense of what we've been experiencing on the ground here with Mercury and what we've experienced more spiritually here with Jupiter. And we might get a sense of, again, being able to make meaning from this journey, getting a sense of what we can create from this process, this experience. There are multiple parts of our chart being activated in the aspects that we're discussing right now. So there's a little bit of dispersing this experience and sort of getting a sense of, what does this open up for me now? On Saturday the 9th, we have Venus in Scorpio making an opposition to Jupiter retrograde in Taurus. So once more, we'll reiterate that Venus is ruling Jupiter. I know I've said that like 12 times this video, but it's real. So Venus is in a sign of detriment, ruling over Jupiter, which it is opposing now. But let's refresh that Mars is ruling Venus. Mars is being ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is being ruled by Venus. So again, a little bit of a roundabout, a little bit of like a chaotic combination that's happening here. But in this opposition, we may see some of Venus's biggest defenses coming to the surface and kind of projected onto what it is we think we need right now. Venus and Jupiter in aspect, especially in a harsh aspect, are not so harsh by nature because they're both benevolent energies, but they do go above and beyond whatever is kind of really in front of us. They amplify, they exacerbate, they exaggerate, okay? So they may be kind of feeding into each other about whatever it is they're experiencing right now. If Venus is feeling defensive again or feeling in need, feeling on edge, that may be amplified by the opposition to Jupiter, which is sort of very robustly in its sense of, well, I have everything I need. I'm abundant. I'm amazing. There may be some sort of conflict between what it is we think we have and what it is we actually have. We may feel upset or unnerved about whether or not we're getting the attention or the accolades that we feel we deserve, Jupiter being such a public figure. So let's just be mindful of whatever energy does come up at this time. If it's good, then let's try not to overblow it. If it's stressful, let's try to stay within reasonable limits of what's actually going on. Venus in Scorpio can, again, like exaggerate because there is a sense of drama. Even if there's no drama happening, Venus in Scorpio will remember the feeling of the drama. So we'll need to be mindful of whether or not this is actually bringing up something legitimate, happening in the real time, happening in real time, happening in this moment. On Monday the 11th, we have Venus in Scorpio making a sextile to Mercury in Capricorn at 8 degrees. Now, this is where Mercury will be stationing retrograde imminently. And so Venus making this sextile is a couple of different things. One, we're seeing our mind, our intent, our plans in Mercury being supported by our connections through Venus. Maybe we are seeing some details start to smooth out. We're seeing some plans start to come together. We're connecting our intentions with the people who can help us make them happen. At the same time, we know that this is an opening conversation because Mercury is about to station retrograde. And so Mercury will take this into consideration and start to kind of rehash what we explore here. The next day, Tuesday the 12th, we have our new moon in Sagittarius at 20 degrees. This is also the day that Mercury is stationed retrograde at 8 degrees. So we have kind of a lot of energies happening here. This new moon in Sagittarius is allowing us to see what is opening up in that part of our charts. It is in a loose trine to the North Node, right? The moon will trine the North Node just a couple hours after it is new. And so there is something becoming possible for us at this time. Now, granted, Mercury is stationing retrograde, which means that we may not know what to do with this new moon energy, which is fine. Typically, we take a couple days to really get a sense of what that new moon energy actually looks like for us anyway. But we may be sort of planting some seeds about what we think is important to us now. Mercury stationing retrograde means that Mercury's moving its slowest at this time. So we're not necessarily rushing into anything, even though that Sagittarian energy might encourage us to. And maybe there's something that we feel passionate about pursuing that we can begin to take note of how we want to pursue in some kind of deeper, more studious way. So I mentioned that the new moon would trine the North Node just a couple hours after like entering that new moon ripeness. 2 days later, the sun will be making a trine to that North Node. So where the moon connects to it immediately, we kind of emotionally integrate what we are getting a sense of. And here we have the sun allowing us to consciously become aware of and bring this energy into our being. Aries is also the sun's sign of exaltation. So there's something kind of great here happening where the North Node, even though it's not necessarily energetic, it is, again, carrying that Aries energy, and the sun can almost sort of strive to see what it can be in that Aries space. And if we think about it, the sun will meet the North Node when we have Aries season next spring. So this may be that sort of incoming information that allows us to zoom out and sort of see what might be possible as we approach the horizon. On Friday the 15th, we have Mars in Sagittarius making a trine to Chiron retrograde in Aries. Mars is, of course, ruling Chiron and Aries, and so there's something perhaps extra cathartic that happens here. Mars in Sagittarius, going to see the North Node soon. There might be something that we can be free of regarding this Chiron wound for us. Mars in Sagittarius, again, that exploratory energy, that free to roam the cabin energy. There may be something that is so compelling to us that opens up our perspective in our minds that allows us to see beyond what we have thought was sort of anchored in that wounding, wherever and whenever it became part of us. On Saturday the 16th, we have the sun in Sagittarius squaring Neptune. Okay, so we are nearing the end of Sagittarius season. This is a square happening at 24 degrees. And so, as we talked about before, this is another moment where we are sort of stepping into that fog. We are maybe like just transcending everything that is logical at this time. Sagittarius energy being big and gaseous, Pisces energy being deep and emotional. There may be something that pulls us out of the tangible realm on this day, that asks us to believe in something bigger than us, to tap into something creative, to explore where passion leads us to creativity. On Monday the 18th, we have our second trine between Mercury in Capricorn and Jupiter in Taurus. Now, both of them are retrograde. So we are revisiting that conversation that opened up just a couple weeks ago. And we remember that on that day, we had the sun making that trine to Chiron. So we might be revisiting what that opened up for us, getting a sense of what kind of meaning we're able to make from it, and figuring out what other parts of our lives, of our charts, are being activated by these planets, and what's able to open up at this time. Remembering too, of course, that we will have a third pass of this aspect, but that won't take place until Capricorn season. So keep an eye out. Start taking note of what's coming up for you in these first two passes. On Tuesday the 19th, we have our first quarter moon in Pisces at 27 degrees. Now, we know that since Neptune's at 24 degrees of Pisces, that this moon will meet Neptune right before it squares the sun. And we know that the sun just finished up its square to Neptune. So we might see something that began on that initial aspect just a couple days ago, becoming more central to kind of what we are building up to. Perhaps something that opened up creatively for us or spiritually becomes something tangible that we're able to work with as we make our way towards the next full moon. On Wednesday the 20th, we have Venus in Scorpio entering into that dreaded opposition to Uranus in Taurus. Now, at the beginning of this, I talked about how Scorpio season was a bit chaotic because we had opposition after opposition after opposition to Uranus. We had Mercury opposite Uranus, we had Mars opposite Uranus, and then we had both the sun and moon opposite Uranus at the same time because it was the new moon in Scorpio. So with Venus coming through to enter into this opposition to Uranus at 19 degrees, Uranus is currently still retrograde, we might finally see some deeper consequences for what those previous oppositions brought up. And that might be because Venus is the one ruling Uranus in Taurus. Venus is also the one ruling the South Node, which we keep talking about. And so there may be some consequences within our relationships, whether they're one-on-one or our group dynamics, perhaps some sort of financial arrangement or some other way that we have tangible goods in our lives. Whatever those connections look like, we might see some disruptions, some eruptions, some separations. I talked about that with Venus meeting the South Node, and there may be something further. Again, something that opened up with the previous oppositions to Uranus that Venus is now coming through to sort of finally settle. On our last day of Sagittarius season, we have Mercury retrograde returning to that sextile to its ruler Saturn in Pisces. That conversation opened up on Saturday the 2nd, and so we are seeing a return of those themes. And with that, we talked a little bit about what sort of long-term prospects we could be looking at, what sort of responsibility we might want to take on to build up to something we care about. And so this is us returning to that conversation to get a sense of what of those initial ideas we will be rewriting, revamping, reprocessing in some way. We'll see this conversation happen again during Capricorn season itself, when Mercury finally stations direct and begins to make its way back through these aspects. Okay, so we have broken down all of the aspects of Sagittarius season. It's time to head to the video description, head to the tarot intro. We'll talk about our card for the season, as well as how it aligns with our card for the year, the Chariot. And then you can go ahead and click on your sign, whether you want to read for sun, moon, or rising, read for all three. Take what works for you, leave whatever is not relevant or resonant, and I'll see you there. Okay, let's break down a little bit about what we're going to look at for this Sagittarius season. I've got my carnelian here. This is a very fire sign stone. It's a lot about confidence and luck and courage. And we've got some garnet here, which is a very Jupiterian stone. And we've got some selenite just to kind of keep things clear, which leads me to this Temperance card. So if you've watched before, we are in a Chariot year. We've been pulling a card affiliated with each zodiac season to hang out with our card for the year as a way to better understand what the Chariot wants us to be moving through this year, how we are sort of reaching the goal that is set for us within the Chariot. And we've described this energy as sort of aligning our emotional body, our subconscious space with our conscious capacities, so that we understand and are fully aware of, transparent with ourselves about kind of where we're moving. This is a card of movement. This is a card of drive and of initiation. But if we don't know who is steering the ship between our conscious and subconscious selves, then we end up driving in a direction we don't really want to be moving in. We may drive ourselves away from what we're trying to go toward. So this year we've been aligning ourselves with this energy and getting a sense of what we have not been conscious of that is within us, that is steering our ship, if you will. So Temperance then, being the card that is affiliated with Sagittarius, is a sign that's ruled by Jupiter, right? Is about finding balance. And maybe that seems kind of contradictory to what we know about Sagittarius energy, which is about kind of seeking, pursuing, chasing, right? Finding what compels us, what we're hungry for, what we want to know more about, what we're passionate about. And balance kind of sounds maybe like a strange word to think about with Sagittarius, but in order for us to be able to tap into all of that Sagittarius energy in a healthy way, we do need to have a sense of grounding, something to return back to after we've gone out and explored. We need to have a place to come back and process. We need to have ways to communicate and think about and make meaning from what we've explored. And we need to be able to tap into what that brings up for us emotionally. What do we feel after we've gone and explored these things? So we have our fire energy, we have our air energy, as those are sort of opposites, thinking about Gemini and Sagittarius, right? And then we have our earth and our water. So in order to be able to keep going, to keep roaming, to keep learning and having it actually make sense, we need all of these other elements to be in place for us to return to and to be able to alchemize something from what we've learned. Okay, so when we think about that energy in terms of how it connects to the Chariot, we might be thinking about, I am going towards something, but I need to think about what my foundation looks like as I move toward it. I'm only going to be able to go as far as I am grounded in this moment. I need to think about what ideas come up for me in terms of what I'm moving toward, and am I conscious of those ideas? Am I conscious of what I want to communicate or what I want to learn in this time? And the Chariot is typically Cancer connected, so certainly we need to be aware of what our emotions are, right? What emotions are guiding this journey right now? If I don't know what I'm feeling, then I might just be moving as a form of reactivity to something that I'm not conscious of. So, okay, we have figured out what those cards are kind of bringing up for us this season. And so we'll be pulling through that lens. So we've got our trusty dice here. We'll use those to help guide us toward any other information we need at this time. And right about now, you can head back to the video description and click on your sign, whether it's sun, moon, or rising, or all three. Again, take whatever feels right and leave whatever is not part of your story right now. Okay, let's get started. Okay, welcome Sagittarius to your season's forecast. All right, so as we are exploring Sagittarius season, we are thinking about the sun as well as the new moon. We have Mercury and very soon Mars all present in your first house of self. So you're going to be a busy bee this season. And in that sense, you'll be learning a lot about yourself, how you present yourself to the world, how you move through the world, and how you kind of express yourself to others. Okay, we have Mercury soon making its ingress into and preparing for its retrograde in Capricorn, your second house of my stuff, my values, my resources, what I do to make my money. We also have Pluto there, finishing up those final degrees of Capricorn for the time being. We see Saturn and Neptune in Pisces in your fourth house of home, origin story, connection to land, and emotional body. We have the North Node in Aries through January 2025, hanging out in your fifth house of love, creativity, self-expression, and play. Jupiter and Taurus have been hanging out in your sixth house of time, routine, and the body, as well as what we are in service to. We will see the Gemini full moon, which is pretty imminent, happening in your seventh house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business, or enemy. And lastly, we have Venus hanging out in your 11th house, preparing to move into your 12th house. So from your house of communities, friendships, and hopes and dreams for the future into your 12th house of solitude, mental health, endings, sort of zooming out and seeing the big picture of things, where we go to escape, and like you and your maker, whatever that looks like to you. Okay. So we also have our dice here, which we'll be rolling to get a sense of any other information that isn't present in the cards. So let's go ahead and pull a few and just get a sense of some of the themes that are coming up for you this season. Okay, and a quick peek at the bottom of the deck. Oh, fun, Queen of Pentacles. All right, just gonna pop this little baby right over here. Okay. So, what's going on for you, Sagittarius? Okay. Drama. All right. Oh, mystery. Oh, that's lovely. I rarely see those two together. Wow, Sag. Well, I said your first house was going to be packed, and it looks like we're learning a lot about ourselves. May not be resolved over the course of this single season because we have 3 major arcana cards. So you might be like initiating something this month that you see continue beyond this month, right? Whatever's activated by all of these planets in your first house probably continues a big story moving forward after this season, even after the planets move out of that first house. Okay. Wow. All right. And then we've got this little pentacle right here, just doing some nice like foundational work, I think, building a sense of rhythm and structure. Okay, so let's start there because this is sort of the more on the ground energy. Everything else is connected to like some archetypal stuff, is kind of bigger than you, which like Sag, I know, like nothing's bigger than you. Like you are the life of the party. But like there are some big juicy Sagittarian themes that you are like, you know, making meaning of. So we'll start here. This 8 of Pentacles is, I love the 8. It's practical, it's grounded, it's far enough along in the series of this suit that it has mastered the formula. So in the 7, we did the testing. We were like, is this good? Did I plant this right? Is it growing right? Did anything interfere with this process? Do I need to go back and tweak anything? In the 8, we're like, okay, we've perfected the strategy. And now I'm able to kind of move into a sense of rhythm with this process. Traditionally, we could say you're mastering some sort of craft, okay? You're like producing something on a regular basis. And that may be, maybe you've been tinkering with some sort of creative recipe, some sort of creation, some sort of offering that you want to be doing on a regular basis, and you've been testing it out, and now you're in a place where you're able to manufacture that in a streamlined way. It could otherwise be that you have gotten down a sense of routine just in your day-to-day life. right? That would certainly connect with this Queen of Pentacles, this overall feeling for the season of like, oh, I'm really rooting into what it feels like to be resourced. Cool. Okay. Maybe that's part of the Mercury retrograde in your second house that will be starting this season. Maybe Mercury is like, ooh, cool. So I have been wanting to kind of have this as a resource that makes me money in my second house. So now I'm figuring out what it means to be in a streamlined place with that. So let's reverse this and consider that you might be feeling like, oh, I really wish I was in a different place with this thing. I really wish that it wasn't taking me so long to master this recipe and to feel like this is done. Maybe this is like, I wish I had more energy to be is more streamlined and productive in what I'm doing, but it's been really hit or miss. Very temperance connected, right? We need the sense of groundedness in order to like hold us as we do all this creating. So let's think about where you might be feeling like this theme is coming up, whether it's coming together for you, but let's go ahead and just assume that let's go ahead and assume that it's not, because Mercury is going to retrograde in your second house. And it's going to go back into your first house. So connecting again to the big pile up of planets happening in your first house. Perhaps there's some connection between how you show up in the world, first house, and how you then use that to make money. You might be reframing what that looks like for you. What do I want? New moon in the first house. What am I initiating here? What am I initiating in my first house that is going to set the tone for a new cycle for me? And how does that play into how I currently make money? Do I feel like I'm able to do this in a way that like supports me? What do I need to go back and focus on as I'm anchoring some sort of routine here? Okay, so all right, shifting into these majors. Okay, so clearly the Tower is like, bam, what is happening? This could be Mars entering your first house, okay? This could be Mars like emerging from the depths of your 12th house in Scorpio. Like it made a bunch of oppositions to your 6th house, which is again your house of time, routine, and the body. Maybe some mental health needs in the 12th house made it so that you needed to pause or interrupt some of your day-to-day routine, and maybe that connects back to the 8. Okay, so some huge oppositions have been happening from your 12th to 6th house all season. We had Mercury and then Mars and then the Sun and Moon, because they were new and they also both opposed Uranus on the same day. So there's been a lot happening for you. Maybe you're like, my whole sense of self has changed. Whatever I've been doing with my time is worthless. Whatever I've been in service to is no longer serving me or satisfying me or available to me. Okay, so Mars moving into that first house is like, woo, okay. Something is disrupted, something is surging, something is being purged. There's something very dramatic happening here. Maybe whatever opened up in those oppositions that Mars was making to the planets in that 6th house are going to really come to the surface now that Mars is going to enter your first house. Maybe this has been all in the background and you are now finally feeling like, okay, it's time to start asserting whatever unfolded for me in that Scorpio season time. Have you been resisting letting something burn down or otherwise like fall apart? Have you been trying to kind of internalize this process? Has something been, let's go back to what we just said about the entire Scorpio season being oppositions to your 6th house. Is there something that you have sort of kept beneath the surface that now needs to emerge at this point? Because Mars in the first house is gonna be like, I'm here. It's Johnny. Okay, so like something's coming out when Mars enters that first house. And again, it's going to join all that other energy that's in there. So there may be a sense of you that is like new to you as well as to others that is breaking through here. And it may have started with those oppositions and something that's been happening behind the scenes for you, because the 12th house is very behind the scenes. That is that is just us. That is where we are alone. That is where we go to escape. That is where we hide. It's all kind of the same gesture, but it really depends. The experience and what it lands like for us really depends on what sends us in there. Are we hiding from something? Then we might feel isolated in there. Are we consciously taking space away from something? Then it might be restorative. Okay, so it really depends on what we're going in with. What kind of attitude are we going into the hidey hole with? Okay, something needs to come out. Either way, whether you're ready for it, whether you've been feeling it, whether you've been resisting it, something is going to change. What I love here is that these cards go together, and they're even in the sequence that they follow in the major arcana. Not that that really matters here. We don't have a specific spread going on here, but it is just nice to see them kind of in that natural sequence. When we walk into the moon, we are going into our deepest, like, unknown parts of ourselves. So we already see the connection to the Chariot. We are willfully, hopefully, and if it's reversed, then maybe you've been resisting this too. Maybe you're like, I don't know what's going on in my darkest unknown spots. It's scary to me. There's snakes in there. If I'm feeling spicy, then I don't, and like Sag, come on, just like feel spicy, like own it. It's easy, just own it. Just like that. If there's something that's wanted to come out, but we haven't even understood what it is ourselves, then we might be resisting getting to know what that is. We don't want to go in there because what if it sets off a whole series of events that I don't understand? And what if like all of this truth has to come out and I don't want to know what it is, so I might be in denial? That really could be true whether this is upright or upside down, right? Or reversed. Like either way, I don't know what's going on here. If it's upright, then it's a moment where we are hopefully, and this could be Venus moving into your 12th house. Venus is ruling your ruler, right? Venus is ruling Jupiter, who is ruling your chart. So this could be Venus moving into that 12th house. And again, hopefully we can do that. We can go behind the scenes intentionally and with the purpose of resting and restoring and kind of zooming out and seeing the big picture once more. But either way, something here is unknown to us. There's a deep fog. I have no idea who's in here. I am scared, but I do need to know myself. And that's what leads us to the sun. We only get to come out. That sounds kind of scary. We only get to come out when we know ourselves. But that is the vibe. Like the butterflies here on the outer ring of this sun are proof of the transformation that we go through. And maybe a little bit of like self-dissolving, self-dissolution, if you will, which we know is what happens to the caterpillar's chrysalis before it becomes the butterfly. Everything in there dissolves. That sounds scary, but we have to trust that there's something in there, some sort of information that is going to bring us to our next form, right? This might not be our final form, okay? Sag, I would never put that on you. Like, you're always transforming, okay? Mutable as hell. So this is not your final form necessarily, but this is bringing you a deeper sense of self-knowledge, which I love in terms of Mercury making that trine to the North Node in your 5th house of self-expression, joy, and play, okay? That Aries energy wants you to be yourself. So if there's something inside you that you've been nervous to put out into the world, the Aries North Node is ultimately trying to show you why that's important for you to follow. And that's also where I love Mars moving into your 1st house and ruling and trining that North Node as well. Really, for the first time since the nodes entered Aries, showing you what the point of this journey is. Mars has been up in your 12th house, like ripping things open, and you might be like, oh my God, like please stop. And in this season, when Mars is in your 1st house, you might actually get a glimpse of, oh, Mars is trying to rip things open, and I haven't seen how it connects to what the whole point of this is, but I'm seeing now that Mars is making this trine to the North Node that Mars wants me to be myself. Mars wants me to open up and be genuine. And as long as this is something you're trying to like quiet, it's going to keep building up and like wanting to explode. You got to be you, my babe. Like, you have to. That's what you're here for. You're here to, what are you out here learning if it's not actually serving you because you're not really being your true self? Balance. I need to know what my actual passion is. I need to know what my footing is. I need to know how I feel about this. And I need to know what I think and what I want to communicate. If I'm not in touch with those things, I'm playing myself. Okay, and I think that's really where the moon and the sun come together. I have to go into my own unknown spaces in order to really get a sense of what's trying to emerge, and maybe that can help me change my relationship to that. And can I then re-enter into a new balance where I'm able to fully alchemize what's trying to move through me? Can I build that into my day-to-day life? You know, sixth house, Jupiter and Uranus really means that like your sense of routine has been wild. Okay, Jupiter's like, oh, I can take all the time in the world, I'm going to relax. And Uranus is like, new thing, going to a new place, new plan. So like, is any of that like what? Okay, so this might be the time that you start to get a glimpse. In Jupiter will station direct at the end of the year, so we'll start to finish up those themes in your sixth house, and you might be like, this is what it's all been about. I'm rebuilding my sense of time and routine around incorporating who I really am. So we've got 10, which is your Virgo. Okay, Virgo, right? 10th house. Mercury is going to be retrograde, right? Stationing in your second house and ruling your 10th house while trining it as well. I don't know what degree your, 10th house, well, maybe if your midheaven's in the 10th house, right? Really depending on what system you use. But in whole sign, like your 10th house is Virgo, Mercury will be ruling that. Mercury's also going to rule the Gemini full moon in your 7th house. So there's some sort of connection between how you make money in your 2nd house, what skills you use to do that in your 2nd house, what values drive your ability to self-sustain in your 2nd house, and ultimately what you want to be known for in the 10th house, what your legacy is, what are you leaving behind, what do people know about what you do here. So we're seeing that there are further consequences of this 2nd house Mercury retrograde, and things to think about, what you want to build into your routine now that you want to extend into your career space, if you want to call it that, or like, again, your legacy, or even like what traditions you want to put into the world, because that's also a 10th house vibe too. Taurus, okay, we definitely talked about your 6th house, so that makes a lot of sense, really doubling down that energy of like what's been happening in your sense of routine that has maybe felt chaotic, and like where do you need to let something out in order to find balance there. And Neptune, let's talk about Saturn and Neptune in your 4th house. We talked about home and like needing something to come back to. Has that been really nebulous for you? As a Sag rising, you like are totally just comfortable with faraway travels and like roaming, whether that, that could be literal or metaphysical or mental. I love reading and traveling in that way. So like, but again, I think it's really important for you to know what home is and holds for you. And maybe part of being a Sag rising is that like the whole world is your home, right? Pisces is like everyone. Pisces is like the whole world, okay? So like maybe there's a bigger question about what Neptune's been bringing up for you in that 4th house of maybe I'm erasing some of my old visions of what home means, right? I've described Neptune as going through a car wash. We're in neutral. We are not driving. I can't see anywhere. Kind of like going through the moon. I can't see anything. But things are being cleansed outside of me. And while I'm in this space, maybe I can listen to some music. Maybe I'm going to catch up on, podcasts or something. I mean, I hope the car wash is not that long. But we're engaging in some like play here, or we're in the liminal space. We're not doing anything in the world when we're in the car wash. So what is home to you? What does that look like? What are you kind of allowing to be cleansed away there in order to get a new sense of grounding for yourself? Okay, Sag. All right. Love this for you. Don't fight the moonlight, okay? Be coyote ugly and embrace this. Let yourself see yourself transform. All right. Get to know yourself. Get a grip on your routine is the phrase that just came to me. Get a grip, Sag. Okay. But like truly focus on like the practical where you need to. Okay. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this, please like, please share, please subscribe. We will be talking about that Mercury retrograde next time. Okay, we'll talk more about that and see like what's been coming up. So come back and check in about that 2nd house stuff. All right, I'll see you then. Okay, welcome Capricorn to your Sagittarius season forecast. All right, so as we welcome Sagittarius season, we're looking at the sun, the new moon, Mercury, and soon Mars moving through your 12th house of endings, of karma, of solitude, and the reasons why we are in solitude, whether chosen or forced. We're looking at kind of me and my maker, whatever that looks like to you at this current time, and maybe this is a time where you start to explore that. And it's sort of a natural ending for Capricorn risings because we are aligned with the Gregorian calendar. So the end of the year is your end of the year, right? When Capricorn season starts, we'll have all these planets moving into the first house of self, and we'll be starting a new cycle. We will have Mercury making its way into Capricorn and stationing retrograde there this season, which is your first house of self and how you move through the world. And we know Pluto's also there, kind of finishing up those final degrees for the time being. We see Saturn and Neptune in your third house of the mind, our immediate environment, siblings, and our neighborhood, and how we communicate. We have the North Node currently moving through your fourth house of home, origin story, connection to land, and emotional body. We see Jupiter and Uranus hanging out in your fifth house of love, self-expression, children, and play. We'll have the Gemini full moon happening in your sixth house of time, routine, and the body. And last but not least, we have Venus making its way into your 11th house of friends, communities, as well as hopes and dreams for the future. Okay. And of course, looking at whatever cards we pull here today through the lens of our Chariot and Temperance, and we'll be using our trusty dice here as well to give us any other information we need to know about. We're going to look at the bottom of the deck. That feels like a very 12th house space. Quite literally, we're taking respite from whatever sort of chaotic energy or whatever noise is happening around us, knowing that after we leave this space, we'll be right back at it, right? We'll be raring to go. So we'll keep that nearby as well. All right, so what kind of themes do we have here? Oh, so 12th house, right? And so Saturn, literally. So we're looking at things coming to a close. Perhaps it's a bigger sort of entity than just what's happening in your 12th house, right? The world is a major arcana card, and so it might be that something is initiated throughout Sagittarius season that further progresses in closure as we move onward from Sagittarius season. Okay. Oh my, yeah, that feels very 12th house too. Okay. Love to see that, because when I said when we leave here, we know we're going to be right back at it, we are resting in order to kind of keep fighting, right? So we'll talk about that in just a second. We're going to start with that, actually. I just decided. This is like the real on the ground energy. Everything else is sort of bigger picture. The court card here might be a role that we're stepping into or questioning, might be like a beginning. We see a beginning and an end, right? But that's still a little bit bigger. So we're going to start here with this Five of Swords. And I love that it connects directly to this bottom of the deck card, which just sort of shows us like what's beneath everything, right? I like to look at the bottom. Oh, I know this is new for this. It's a practice that I do in my weekly polls for myself. And I just thought we're going to do it. So love connecting that to the Four. So the Four certainly shows us, again, like a 12th house time. And also like a North Node in the 4th house time as well. So there's sort of two layers there. And it makes sense. We've talked about how Mars moving into your 12th house will be ruling that 4th house North Node in Aries, and they'll finally trine for the first time since the North Node entered Aries in July. So we'll finally get an understanding of what's happening in those behind the scenes houses, right? The 4th house is a private house. The 12th house is a very private house. It might even be private to us. We might not know what's in there, okay? The 4th house we are much more aware of. What's happening in my home space? How does that make me feel? Maybe we're confused about how we feel, okay? So that's what the North Node's kind of trying to get our attention to focus on, is what happens in those quiet spaces, okay? So this 5 of Swords, no one loves to see the 5 of Swords. The swords are a difficult suit, and you've heard me say that if you've watched these videos before. The swords are difficult. There's just an ongoing tension present that seems to build as we progress throughout the suit. So the 5 of Swords tells me that there's some sort of battle going on that it's a lose-lose. No one wins this fight, right? If you think about the traditional Rider-Waite image, there are 2 figures walking away in the distance and one sort of going this way. And it's a somber scene. No one is happy. No one has been victorious. And so when we see the 5 of Swords, we see a stalemate. We see a fight, right? Swords are very Mars. Let's just bring that into the fold, into the chat really quick. Mars are blades. Mars is a blade, okay? Like the weapon that Mars is affiliated with is sharp. It's a blade. So maybe there's, again, this is a generalization because we're talking about Aries 4th house if we're using whole sign. And so like maybe there's some situation in our home space that is just sort of reaching a stalemate, is fraught with tension that is not resolvable, cannot be reconciled. We all just sort of walk away. And maybe this is happening elsewhere in your life. Maybe this is happening within yourself. The 5 of Swords can absolutely represent where we are battling ourselves, and that's why it's also a victoryless fight, because who wins when we fight ourselves? No one wins. We defeat ourselves, and then we are the one defeated, right? We don't win when we fight with ourselves. We debilitate ourselves. So this could be anxiety within us. This could be you, Capricorn? No, that's wild. This could be anxiety, uncertainty. I'm thinking too about the full moon in Gemini. If you are like late 80s to early 90s, early 1991, I guess, baby, you might have Chiron in Gemini. And this full moon coming up in our 6th house might be revealing to us something about our relationship to that Chiron. So absolutely, like, I could be in a battle with myself about what I get done and how good it is or how terrible I've judged it to be. Okay, either way, we've got some sort of energy that is just not budging. Okay, we can't go any further with it. Certainly makes sense that the world is here. And it certainly shows us the importance of this 4 of Swords. If there's just this ongoing battle where you can't make progress, it's really important to have this retreat at this time. Also brings us to the Hermit. So on the ground, in real time, we're seeing this sort of energy between us and another, between us and several others, between us and ourselves, however that looks for you. If this is reversed, that really amplifies this is within me. We could also be resisting a fight. Is there something that you know you don't want to bring up? You're staying in the hidey hole because you don't want to open up this fight that you know will bring things to an end. Maybe we're just dancing around this issue and we're just walking on eggshells because once we bring it up, we can't unsee it. And so where do you stand in relationship to this energy in your day-to-day life right now? Don't worry, I feel called out right now too. So, whew, okay, fellow Cap rising here. So we're seeing the importance of, and there's certainly some overlap between this 4 of Swords and the Hermit. Now, obviously the Hermit, like just from first glance, looks a lot more inviting than this 4 of Swords. The 4 of Swords is like a necessity. Again, this suit is hard, okay? When we're in the swords, we need a space to take a break because it never ends. It keeps escalating, right? And the further we get into this suit, the harder it gets for us to get out of it, which is why we want to kind of nip this in the bud. And if you're neglecting this, you're going to want to stop it here, okay? So this is where things end, literally house of endings, okay? So Hermit is much more inviting, all right? And this actually goes back to what I just described with the 12th house. Are you hiding because you've been forced in here, because there's so much tension that you have no choice but to escape? Or are you choosing to go in here in order to find clarity? Both are away from the fray. Both are out of the visibility of others. Both are in solitude. But the way we go into it is going to change our experience in there. So the Hermit, Virgo, might be asking us to choose to go within, right? Can you go in there and take some space? Can you go into your little workshop, your little subconscious workshop space? And can you go find the answers within you? Because looking for answers outside of you is not yielding anything right now. Or it's certainly not, it's not solving anything. And maybe you're looking for someone else to start this fight. Maybe you're waiting for someone else to draw the first sword. And in the meanwhile, you're kind of like, well, I know the answers in here. And that's okay. You know, the Tower's not here. You're lucky. Sagittarius got that one. So you're off the hook for now. But that's not to say that it won't show up next season. Okay. So whatever we're like not solving here, there's definitely this going within. So the Hermit, going into ourselves, finding those answers. Let's think about how Mercury is going to be retrograde in your first house, and it's going to go back into your 12th house, okay? And it's also ruling your Virgo house, which in whole sign is the 9th house of beliefs, philosophies, how we make meaning from things, okay? It is a big picture, like how does stuff make sense in my schema, in my framework? So we need to spend a little time in here, and maybe we are revising this, okay? Mercury being retrograde, again, from that first house of self, whatever you've been presenting yourself as is about to get rewritten in some way, okay? Let's neutralize that. It's not a bad thing. It means that something needs to be reframed, rewired. This kind of correlates to the fact that the South Node is currently in your 10th house. So if you've been showing up to stuff, the 10th house is how other people talk about us. Are you trying to avoid some people thinking some way about you? And do you think that by staying quiet about this, or otherwise just like allowing this to continue being tense, is preventing some sort of slander about you? Or like, are you afraid to not regard some tradition, which is a very 10th house theme? Is there something about your legacy that you feel like you're supposed to hold on to that the South Node is like, no, stop that? Mercury might be furthering that and amplifying that by stationing retrograde in your first house, okay? And moving back to that 12th house and sort of getting you to resolve something in that 12th house space before it can proceed. And by doing that, it's helping us reframe whatever this very happy internal space is supposed to look like. Maybe we've avoided going within. Maybe we know the answer is within us, but we're neglecting it because we don't want to let it out, okay? Again, things seem calmish enough for now, but at the bottom of this whole thing, underneath it all, is this Four of Swords. So, like, do you want to be stuck in there forever? When we go within, we might discover something awaiting us, right? Let's think about Pentacles things, a new plan, a new prospect, a new resource, a new possibility, right? So the way to kind of open up, this is a plant unfurling in the ether, so it's not quite landed on the earth yet. It's still kind of in space. It's still kind of theoretical, hypothetical, and like we need to go meet the ether to go download this, right? New ideas can't really come to us if we're not creating the space for them. And if there's all this tension happening in our day-to-day life on the ground, in our environment, if we're always like awaiting the next fight, we're not really letting new things unfold. Oof, God, that's hitting me really hard. We're not letting new things unfold if we're staying in this stalemate, okay? In the 6 is when we see ourselves finally move on. We're like, I can't stay here anymore. So this is showing us that we're just sort of stuck in the tension. So we need to be able to open something up to allow this to come through, and that's going to show this reversal. if we're not able to create the space for new ideas, pages are new, they're air, they're communicating. It's just a potential. It's not anything tangible yet. The only way to make it tangible is to give it the space. So if we're not giving the space, if we're not going in to find those answers can't come out for us, can't emerge, okay? And maybe that shows us what needs to end, okay? So these two major arcana cards, like, we might know that this ending is imminent. And maybe as Capricorn risings, we're like, I will feel like a failure if I let this end. Or if I walk away from this, I'm going to feel some sort of guilt. Maybe we're not allowing this to end. Maybe we're taking our time, very Saturn, to review and like really be sure that this is really what's happening before us right now. So we do, whether we're ready or whether we like feel like we're allowed, we do need to let something end. And again, this is a bigger than us, bigger than this month or this Sagittarius season, right? This is a major like arcana, archetypal energy that's just being activated for you during Sagittarius season. Okay, so let's roll these dice and see like what else we need to know. But we certainly recognize like this is Sagittarius, right? If we're allowing this tension to rule us, if we're not given the space to go into the like 12th house solitude space, then we're not grounded. We're not giving ourselves space for this fire. We're not actually letting those ideas be surfaced and like taken seriously. We might be blocked on how we feel emotionally. Maybe we know how we feel about it, but we're not letting our emotions have a seat at the table. Maybe we're blocking those because we're too practical, Capricorn, okay? So we need to realize that, or like maybe we're scared that if we let go of what we have, like this is our status quo, all right? These are still four walls. It's still a foundation. So even though it's not great, even though I have to hide, even though this is just a rest stop, it is still the only foundation that I might be familiar with at this time. And so letting go of this is still going to make me so scared that there's nothing else that's going to replace it. And so I'd rather stay in this discomfort knowing that it is solid than risk letting an idea emerge because, oh my God, what if that idea is no good? Okay, Mercury is going to retrograde, so no ideas are sound. I mean that to say like no ideas are fixed at this time, okay? No ideas are like, let that rule book go because again, Mercury retrograde in your first house is about to be like, ooh, how we show up is not working for me. And Mercury's house of joy is the first house. So Mercury's going to really love rewriting this story for you. So we have to let it, okay? We have to surrender to that a bit. And we see where this connects with the Chariot because if we're this is holding us back. Okay, this is holding us back. If we can't make the choice to move forward from this, knowing that we might need to leave something behind in the process, we're not driving this car with our eyes open. Capricorn, what are we initiating? Where are we going? With our eyes closed. This isn't responsible. Okay, this is not responsible. This is us recklessly allowing something subconscious to take the wheel. And we're just hoping that our commitment to this is gonna make things make sense at some point. No, we're gonna be trapped in here while someone else is driving, okay? This is us in the trunk and someone else is driving and we're just like letting it happen. This feels like tough love, but again, I'm here with you, so like I feel it. Okay, North Node, 1000%. North Node hanging out in your fourth house. Like this is where we need to allow our emotions to be valid. It might be that someone has like maybe early home life was not good. Okay, Cap rising, why do you think you're so responsible all the time? Because you had to be parentified, or because you were left alone, Aries fourth house, and you were just expected to figure it out. So you're just kind of like, I don't really look in there because no one else did. So I just go. And I just don't really, I'm not, nope, there's no room to be myself at home. That's not allowed. Or something of that nature. So this North Node, and again, Mars going into that 12th house space, ruling that North Node, making that trine, revealing to us why it's important to allow things to end. Because Aries is initiative and initiations, and Sagittarius is mutable and endings and closing out. So Mars in that mutable house, in the 12th house of endings, wants to clear out all of that gunk and end things so that you can start new things in your home space, okay? And if you're just allowing yourself to live in a space of conflict or tension or something's under the surface that we can't look at, you're not knowing yourself, okay? And that North Node is like, know your emotions, like validate those, fight for yourself. Ooh, I love that. Okay. 5, we could think about this 5 of Swords. 5 is a Martian number. We can also think about your 5th house, which is where Jupiter and Uranus are. And that should be a place of abundance. Jupiter's in there trying to bring a lot of play, a lot of love, a lot of creativity to you. And you need to go in to be like alone, or at least safe. You need a safe foundation, the ground beneath you, in order to even be able to open up to that creativity and that play. But if we're just in the tension place, we don't get to explore that, okay? And Jupiter's ruling that 12th house right now from that 5th house. So Jupiter's going to be like, yeah, I'm going to need you to take a time out and go be alone so that you can play and like experience some joy, because this is not it. Okay, and we see Sag. So that's obvious. All right, so like it's really important to allow ourselves this downtime and like to be conscious of what needs to end in the 12th house. Don't try to escape yourself. Don't chalk it up to I'm so dutiful, okay? Like the Aries North Node is trying to get you to do something for yourself without thinking about like consequences, again, in a responsible way. We're not trying to like cause people harm, but we are trying to be authentic. And even you deserve that, Capricorn. I know you feel like you need to hold the world on your shoulders, but like you deserve to know yourself and allow yourself to be known fully by others and to be able to express that in the world. Real quick, going to end this on the note that this North Node is going to square your ascendant at some point during this transit, if it hasn't already. So there's a choice in this nodal journey right now. Am I going to stay the Libra self and keep showing up as the Libra self and give everyone what they want and not get what I need? Or am I going to make this difficult decision, it's a square, to actually listen to myself and bring myself into the fold and not really take a stand for all this conflict, unless I really want that. But like, I don't think we want that. Okay, Capricorn, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this, please like, please share, please subscribe. Next season is our season. We're going to talk more about that Mercury retrograde and what it has brought up in that time. And we'll see all the planets breaking into our first house, and we'll see how we start to show up in this time. So I really hope to see you there. It's going to be so juicy. All right. Thank you. Okay, welcome Aquarius to your Sagittarius season forecast. All right, so as we move through Sagittarius season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Mercury, and soon Mars moving through your 11th house of friends, communities, and hopes and dreams for the future. We will see Mercury make its way into your 12th house, where it will station retrograde. And we know Pluto is there as well, finishing up those final degrees for this time being. We see Saturn and Neptune and Pisces in your 2nd house of my resources, my skills, my money, my values. We have the North Node in Aries making its way through your 3rd house of the mind, our immediate environment, our peers, our siblings, and how we communicate. Jupiter and Uranus are in your 4th house of home, origin story, emotional body, connection to land. Okay, and we see the Gemini full moon happening in your 5th house of love, children, creativity, self-expression. And lastly, we have Venus making its way into your 10th house of reputation, career, legacy, and tradition. Okay, and of course, looking at all of this through the lens of the Chariot and Temperance, seeing how this ties into our bigger story, what's being rebalanced here. And we will roll our dice here to get a sense of any other stories we need to know about. Okay, So let's see what we got here for you, Aquarius. Taking a look at some themes that await you. All right, and for the first time, introducing a little bottom of the deck as well. I do this in my personal practice, so I figured why not do it with y'all as well. So, all right, let's begin. Ooh. Okay. Oh my, so many. Okay. What? Okay, I feel like this is a first here for us. Wow, Aquarius, you have a lot of feelings this season. Okay. Let's talk about it. Like, so many early feelings, right? And then one court feeling. And I love the Nine of Pentacles. Certainly one of my favorite cards in the entire deck. It's about prosperity, abundance, getting to celebrate all that you've done and achieved and accumulated for yourself, feeling connected to your resources and your ability to cultivate them. Okay, so that's what's underneath everything. Getting, I'm just hearing Jupiter and Uranus in the 4th. Okay, so maybe now that Venus returned to its own sign in Libra, maybe you have like figured out maybe something's just coming together for you regarding abundance and home. Okay, so we'll keep exploring that, but love that for you. Okay, so feelings are on the table, which, you know, I think stereotypes about Aquarius are like, Aquarius is so detached. Aquarius doesn't feel anything. Aquarius just intellectualizes things. Okay. But like your houses of substance are all water. So like you're literally working with emotions on a tangible basis all the time. Maybe that's some of what is emerging for you. Okay, and like maybe you are getting a sense of that 4th house stuff. Jupiter will station direct here at the end of the year. And so maybe whatever Jupiter's been bringing up for you in this time is finally starting to make sense. Okay, so, and we know that that's the house of emotional body as well as home. All right, because our emotions are only however we house ourselves. That wasn't really a sentence. Our emotions are only as secure as our connection to security is. Okay, that works a little bit better. So we'll go with that. Okay, so Ace of Cups, love that. Something's beginning. Okay, cute. And let's say that it could be some sort of emotional connection, right? We're not seeing the 2 in any of these cups, so it's not necessarily romantic. It's not necessarily one-on-one. It's not necessarily happening yet, but it is opening up. There's possibility here. So this could be, again, something new, like brand new. Unlike Venus in your 9th house ruling your 4th house, are you moving? Like, did you like travel somewhere and then like find a house or like some situation that's just gonna work out for you? Okay, so like new possibilities. This is also that something old, something that was once familiar to you is now resurfacing in some way. Are you developing new feelings for an old person? Not necessarily age, but like familiarity or both. Are you exploring, is something that you have wanted to feel suddenly kind of being taken off the back burner and moved to front and center? Okay, and if this is reversed, then are we looking within ourselves? That's also very 4th house emotional body. Am I just kind of opening up to new things that I've been feeling that I'm now just kind of allowing myself to explore? Am I feeling like maybe I'm closed off in this area? And is that something that I want to begin paying attention to? Am I not really open to new friends? Am I not here to make friends? This might further that narrative, but let's get there when we get there. But like, am I feeling blocked? Like I'm not making new connections? So things to think about here. We are wanting some sort of connection, and maybe we are in a place this month of getting a sense of what that looks like. Thinking about all these planets in your 11th house of friendship, right? What do I want to be feeling? Who do I want to be feeling that with? What does that look like for me? This Knight of Cups is romantic as hell, okay? And it doesn't need to be like love romance, but it is very demonstrative of its feelings. So again, there's something coming up for you this month where perhaps you are thinking about acting on some feelings.
Maybe you're like, oh, this is new. Oh, I want to pursue that. Okay, I like that. That seems cute. I want to go check that out. It's really lovely out there. I want to go to this little waterfall. I just saw that this was like kind of opening up to me. So let me take charge and pursue that, right? It's a knight, not a page. This is not just I want to feel something. This is I'm going to go feel it. I'm going to go do that. If I want to feel it, I'm going to go make it happen. If this is reversed, again, this could be internal. We could be, I'm going to go do a bunch of cool, like really lovely things for myself. Maybe this is a self-love time, okay? Maybe this is, I'm thinking about what I want this to look like. If I'm going through a process of exploring what I want to feel and I'm going within in order to get a better sense of this, then maybe I'm also making some decisions or at least getting some insight into what I want these gestures to look like outwardly. So maybe we're taking some inventory at this time. Okay, this Four of Cups is certainly a pause, right? And fours are typically about foundation. And what I love about the Four of Cups is that we are taking our time to decide what we want that foundation to look like. So we might be hesitating. Again, that idea of home. What do I actually want my emotional foundation to look like? What do I want the foundation of my emotional connections to feel like? If I'm opening up to new things, maybe I'm taking my time in assessing them, in deciding how they feel and what I want to pursue, if anything. But I'm taking time this season to kind of take pause, which might be a little hard because all of those planets in your 11th house are kind of in the YOLO zone. Like the 11th house transit-wise is like, why not? Why not do that? And like Sagittarius especially is like, well, I want to be free to go do that. Maybe that's part of the, I said that was contradictory, but maybe that's it. Maybe I'm pausing because I want the freedom. I want to be able to take these gestures anywhere. I don't want to just lock down. This, again, it doesn't need to be romantic. It could certainly be friends, right? And that's certainly the vibe here in the 3. I mentioned we do not have the 2 here. We don't have the one-on-one romantic card. We've got romantic gestures or like gestures of love and like expressing our emotions, but it might be more about what I joked about a moment ago of, am I not here to make friends? Okay. So maybe we're thinking about what our friend groups look like. Do I like these people? Do I want to be part of this community? Do I like how they express themselves? Okay. Does this choice serve the new emotions that I'm tapping into and the potential that they carry? Okay, so if this is reversed, then maybe you are making a decision. You've been in a place of hesitation or uncertainty, and you're like, okay, I've given this some thought and I'm ready to finally make my selection. Either I do want to build this connection into my foundation, or, I'm going to go ahead and pass. I don't really need that. So either way, that's leading us to this 3 of Cups. Okay, so are these people your friends? Do these people celebrate you, right? Coming back to this Knight of Cups. What do I want these gestures to look like? What do I want to pursue and demonstrate to others? And how do I want those demonstrations to feel to me when they are made, when those offerings are offered, sorry. And so like, do I feel like I'm really part of this? Do I feel like I've fully connected here? And let's go ahead and wager a guess that there's at least a question, right? Especially since we see the 4 of hesitation here. And again, all these planets in your 11th house might be thinking about who are my friends? What are my communities? Mercury stationing retrograde from your 12th house of endings back into your 11th house. So there's something about maybe your mental health, or where you are zooming out to think about the big picture in the 12th house of what it all means to me in the end. And if I'm getting a sense or I'm rewriting what I think everything means to me, that's also helping me rewrite what my hopes and dreams for the future are and who I want to communicate those with. Okay, who I want to share those ideals with, those values. And so we could very well have I'm kind of falling out with some friends. I'm not really, listen, Mars is about to roll through, and Mars is like, either I'm leading this group and like I'm a leader of this community, or I'm going my own way. But like, there's not really a middle. It's not, Mars in the 11th house is not like, it's not like the unseen team player, okay? It's not like the one of the people in the chorus, all right? It is one of the leads in the group production, or it's gone, okay? We're not just taking a back seat here. So maybe I'm not vibing with my communities right now, or maybe there are some friends that I'm taking some space from. Remembering that Mars is ruling the North Node in your third house of peers and immediate environment and how we communicate, right? And from that 11th house is finally able to reveal to you what that North Node's trying to bring you. Where maybe I want you to separate from some friends. This is a message from Mars, apparently. Maybe I want you to separate from some friends and put you in some new spaces so that you can meet some new people. And maybe you've recently had this experience and it's making you realize, oh, this is what I've been looking for. Okay, so I did not find this sense of community here, but I've recently found them elsewhere. And so I'm just sort of making this, I'm having this awareness surface of that process that's currently happening. So looking at how this feeds into temperance, definitely like this emotional component. Again, let's think about some of the stereotypes about Aquarius, and like maybe you're very focused on like the air and the fire vibes. Maybe the water is the last thing that you give yourself. Maybe the water is something that you work with, again, since I brought that up in your houses of substance. Maybe that's something that you do to have resources for yourself, but like otherwise it's kind of a chore to handle your own emotions. Like maybe you work with other people's feelings in some professional capacity. I mean, who doesn't at this point? But you like don't have the space to do that for yourself because you've been tapped out in your communities and no one's celebrating you in an equal way, all right? So this need for water tells me that there's some imbalance here, and that's preventing you from alchemizing. And so it's important to get a sense of that water for yourself, not for anyone else, but like your resources, right? That's where Saturn and Neptune are, trying to get you to formalize what your own emotional care looks like for you, while also making you money. And the Chariot is a water card. It's Cancer. So it makes sense that we need, if there's a conscious and subconscious part of you and you're not aware of the subconscious part, I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's something to do with like suppressing emotions. Maybe we've been hyper intellectualizing our path and how we're meeting it, and we haven't actually been giving space to the feelings that are the other part of that equation. And maybe that's seeing us steer ourselves into communities or emotional situations that don't serve us or that aren't really where we want to be. Okay, so that all makes a lot of sense to me. Venus hanging out in your 10th house. Yeah, so, okay. Venus in that 10th house ruling that 4th house, right? Also ruling your 9th house. Okay, so Venus moving to the 10th house might be about some recognition about your work. Okay, some recognition about what you are known for. So maybe you're making more professional connections, okay? Maybe that's kind of feeding into this like sense of community as well, because that's where Venus is going to go next. Venus will enter Sagittarius after it moves through your 10th house and will bring you closer to those new communities and friends you want to be part of. So pay attention to Venus. Venus is also going to make that opposition to Uranus that everyone else has been, right? So Uranus and Jupiter, I should rope him in there too, all in your 4th house. Scorpio season was bonkers, but maybe brought you something fruitful out of nowhere. And so Venus will also come through and repeat that same set of oppositions to those planets. So I would pay attention to Venus this week and think about or this season rather, and think about how, maybe your 10th house and what you are putting out into the world, maybe there are some changes there. Maybe you want to switch directions, right? If we think about Mars in the 11th house ruling that 10th house and then showing you the connection to the North Node as well, then that would make a lot of sense. We can see Leo here, and that's your 7th house. Okay, so maybe what we're doing here is setting up some space to explore in that one-on-one space in the 7th house, which we all remember was brutalized by Venus's retrograde. So it might be crickets in there right now because you're like, things got cleared out, but I don't really know what goes in there next. So perhaps that's something to focus on as well. And let's think about your first house. Absolutely. How are you showing up in the world? Saturn's in your second house, can't see your ascendant. Maybe that's making us feel a little bit lost, or maybe that's part of the sense of balance, or part of why the water is so removed from us right now, because Saturn's like a dam blocking it. And so let's just think about how you are showing up and maybe what you want to be happening there or unfolding in a different manner. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, please share, please subscribe. We will talk more about that Mercury retrograde in Capricorn season itself, and I hope to see you there. Okay, welcome Pisces to your Sagittarius season forecast. Okay, so as we are moving through Sagittarius season, we are looking at the sun, the new moon, Mercury, as well as Mars very soon, moving into your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, traditions, impact on the world. We will have Mercury make its way into and also station retrograde in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, friends and communities. And we know Pluto is there as well, finishing up those final degrees of Capricorn for the time being. We see Saturn and Neptune hanging out in your first house. We've got the North Node in Aries moving through your second house of my things, my income, my skills, my resources, my values. We have Jupiter and Uranus in your third house of siblings, the mind, how we communicate, immediate environment, neighborhood. The Gemini full moon this season will be taking place in your fourth house of home, origin story, connection to land, and emotional body. And last but not least, we have Venus making its way into your 9th house of travel, faraway travel specifically, other cultures, philosophies, religion, mentors, shared ideas, higher learning. Okay. Looking at this through the lens of the Chariot, our card for the year, as well as Temperance, our card for the season, and getting a sense of what needs to re-enter into balance for us to be attuned to our conscious, unconscious connection. Okay, and we will roll our dice to get a sense of anything else we need to know at this time. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull a few cards. I started doing a little something different with the previous recordings, so I'm going to keep doing that here, which was looking at the bottom of the deck and getting a sense of kind of what's underneath everything. So beneath, let me make sure this is in frame. Maybe we can pop this. There we go. Okay, so an underlying theme for you this season, Pisces, might be this home life that we're seeing illuminated by the Gemini new moon, or full moon rather, my apologies. We have discussed a few of those squares to Saturn that are happening on the mutable axis. Mercury stationing retrograde in your house of hopes and dreams for the future is going to be ruling that fourth house, that Four of Pentacles space, that sort of four walls and what home looks like. Maybe you've outgrown your current home, and Mercury in the 11th house in that retrograde will be figuring out what is next for you. Perhaps you are trying to save money at this time, and that's related to home, or you're otherwise kind of holding tight to what you have and maybe a little bit fearful about where you're going to get more, which also points to that Mercury in the 11th house stationing retrograde. What is my future? Where am I going to go? What am I going to have? What's going to happen here? Okay, let's take a look. Well, isn't that a great question to ask when the Two of Wands shows up? Where am I going? That may also connect with Venus entering into your 9th house. There may be a question of what is home to me currently? What have I outgrown home in some capacity, and where do I want to go to begin exploring what's next for me? This is not the 3 where we begin to make our way toward that thing, but we're simply at the drawing board considering the options. Maybe you begin to implement something more permanently once Mercury finishes up that retrograde. right? Because we don't necessarily have the answers while Mercury is retrograde. And that leads us to looking at this in a reversed state. I don't know where to go. I don't know what my options are. I don't know what my finances look like. Is a possibility. I don't know where I even want to be. I don't know where there is enough space for what I need. I don't know if I have enough to meet those needs. Okay, so what are my options right now? Is something we're looking at while we are in Sagittarius season. What are some places I want to go? Where are some ideas that have been on the back burner that I'd like to consider? Am I resisting thinking about this planning? Am I resisting having to plan? Am I exploring more within myself? Am I considering what this even looks like on a more metaphysical, spiritual level? Am I kind of considering what enough looks like to go where I want to go? And what is that? Okay, another Venusian theme we're seeing light up here. Justice. All right. So something feels, I hate the suspense. I need to know who's here. Okay, cool. So yeah, something is out of balance perhaps, or maybe this is a time where you've been able to set things right. Maybe this Sagittarius season is a time where you are able to bring attention to something that seems unfair. That seems possible considering everything is lighting up your 10th house space, which is where we are very publicly visible. And it might be that there is something you are ready to like stand behind as a cause and give attention to in a very public, visible way. It might be that this is much more of a personal issue, perhaps. Maybe thinking about the other Venusian house of yours, that third house space. Maybe there is something unjust happening within your neighborhood and you are thinking about, or amongst your peers, and you're thinking about how you want to take action there, what that looks like for you. What would it be to set this thing right? And if this is reversed, then are we overlooking an injustice? Are we neglecting an injustice? Are we in denial about something that is out of balance? Is this happening within ourselves? Is this something that Pisces, is this something where we are not sure of, or we're considering where we might be complicit within the injustice? I can safely say that many of us are in that place as we observe the world events unfolding around us. Where am I part of something that I am now recognizing might be problematic? And where do I need to begin to course correct there? Okay, some possibilities. Queen of Cups, we've got a couple queens here. All right, so we're focusing on a sense of self-mastery this season regarding our emotional capacity. How much compassion are we currently able to give ourselves, right? What sort of space do we give to our emotions? Perhaps this is a time where you see yourself and you recognize yourself developing some emotional fortitude. You might be able this month to give yourself this space. Maybe that connects with the Four of Pentacles. Maybe that connects with the idea of home that we've been talking about, that fourth house full moon that will be approaching. And maybe you're able to take inventory of the ways in which you've been able to meet your own needs. Maybe this is reversed and you're like, I'm spending. I'm emptying my wallet to give myself more security or to get myself where I'm trying to go. All right, and so thinking about this connection between how do I hold space for my feelings and what does that connect to with my resources? All right, but there is some story here about wanting to take some time, and that seems difficult considering your 10th house is lit up and you're a very public person right now. But there's also Neptune in your first house and Saturn, so the way that you're stepping into the world is a little more reserved. You might be holding back in terms of showing up immediately, and maybe you are taking more time to sort of instill that strength within yourself before you go out and try to hold that space for other people. If this is reversed, we might be again in a place of resisting this act. We might be running full speed and living fully in our heads and really just trying to push past the feelings in order to just sort of get things done. And that might be showing up this season for you as, okay, so there's something happening inside that needs our attention. We can't just be stuck here in the tangible realm dealing with physical responsibilities and expect our emotions to just take care of themselves. another interpretation of a full moon in the 4th house. How's your emotional body doing? Are you, maybe the moon needs to shed some light on what's happening down in that 4th house in order for you to be able to recognize what needs your attention now and what sort of space you are being asked to give those feelings on a more sustainable or permanent level. And this Queen of Wands, who doesn't live to see the Queen of Wands? We are tapping into an energy of creation. This feels very Sagittarian. This feels very like Jupiterian energy in terms of I can manifest what my heart desires. And again, this is a state of self-mastery. This is not really for others. We're not necessarily in a state this month of creating for others. And that might be a feeling of contradiction since we're looking at the 10th house again, and that is where others receive us. That is where others talk about us and our work. Maybe there's some disconnect or something you want to observe here about what you feel compelled to make and who it's for. Am I allowed to create for myself? Am I only here to create for what I think other people expect of me? Maybe that connects with the 4 of Pentacles. This feeling of, do I, when I create for others, I feel depleted. But when I create for myself, within the scope of Sagittarius season, this doesn't have to be indefinite, but if I take the time to focus on what I want to create for myself, it actually allows me to feel a bit more spacious. It allows me to feel a bit more resourced. And I don't have to feel like I'm holding so tight onto everything, because when I'm only in a state of productivity, it makes me really conscious of my resources and it makes me really conscious of my energy. And both of those get drained when I'm only producing outwardly. Those are some thoughts about that. Maybe this is reversed and we're thinking about what we want to create. Maybe our powers of creation feel like they're on hold for a moment. Maybe we've been a little bit out of touch with that process. Again, Jupiter ruling this 10th house space and ruling this season isn't a sign that cannot see it. So everything in Sagittarius has been out of sight for Jupiter for the past several months and will remain that way until it enters Gemini next spring. And so perhaps there's a state of disconnect between my usual drive and motivation to create and to put some sort of magic into the world and what is inspiring me right now. What is my source material? They're not able to see each other, so there's not the direct connection between that planet and what it wants to showcase. So we might be considering that this month. Okay. Thinking about how this ties into temperance, we can tell where justice goes here, absolutely. If something is, I almost just said unright. If something is unright, it's Sag season, we're just going to roll with it. If something is incorrect, if something is unjust, if something is out of place and imbalanced, then that's very obviously connecting to where our motivation to move forward is trying to steer us and what needs to be put back into balance. Now, of course, balance here is of the contractual kind. This is an air card, right? This is Libra. And this Sagittarian form of balance is much more integral. It's much more it's literally integrating all of the elements. And so this Justice card may be connecting directly to some sort of intellectual part of, I almost said property and that's not right, some intellectual part of this broader alchemization process for you. And if there's been a heavier focus on that air part of this, that might mean that the rest of the elements are feeling out of balance. Maybe that is the 4 of Pentacles. I'm outgrowing something because one part of me is getting more nutrients or attention than the rest. And so this air part is kind of pulling us up and out of here and whoa, we're leaving the ground. Okay. So something here clearly needs to be set right so that when we are tapping into our motivations, which we'll learn more deeply about next year in the Strength card, when we're tapping into and listening to those senses, those instincts, we know that we can trust them because we've done the work to recalibrate our conscious and subconscious mind. But otherwise, this sense of injustice might be leaking into your subconscious. And if something's unfair and you're not willing to address it outright or confront it in some way, which we know we need to do because the South Node is in Libra, till 2025, so do it. Come on, Pisces, you can do it. If you ignore this, if this remains imbalanced, then whatever your motivation is to show up to things is going to be secretly tainted by a feeling that something's unfair. And that's going to be coloring where you think you're able to go, which also connects with this Two of Wands, right? Where am I going? Well, all of this is unfair and I don't feel like talking about it or doing anything about it. And so I'm just going to bury it deeper into my subconscious space. And then I'm going to show up places that are less than what I deserve or that are not exactly what I want because I've built this whole journey upon something being unfair, that is outstanding, that I am not taking action toward. Okay. Mars and Scorpio. All right. So we know that Mars is still at the tail end of Scorpio until it makes its way into Sagittarius on Friday, the 24th. And so Mars is still ruling this Scorpio house, which is your 9th house. And maybe there's something about a faraway journey that's calling to you. Maybe there's something about, I'm sorry, I meant 8th house because Libra is your, no, wait a minute. Hold the phone. I misspoke earlier and said that Venus is moving into your 9th house when it's really moving into your hold on. Oh my God, I'm so silly. Everything I've said is correct. Venus is moving into your 9th house, which is Scorpio. I just tripped myself up. And blah, 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 blah. All right. So yes, Mars is still ruling your 9th house of faraway travel. Venus is about to move into there, right? And so perhaps there's something that Mars has been orchestrating for you in that 9th house space that will open things up for Venus once Venus moves in there. So perhaps there's something more to this idea of where am I going being a bit farther away or a bit, whether that's permanent, whether you're like moving cross country, right? Whether you are taking a trip in order to just gain some deeper insight into like what is motivating you at this time. There's certainly something here about Mars then traveling into your 10th house, which is an angular house, and taking some sort of action, right? So Mars has been your 9th house, which is a cadent house, typically dealing with things of the past, making meaning of what you've experienced in order to take action once that planet moves into the 10th house. And so there may be something that you're able to distill from this time that Mars has been in Scorpio, that Mars will then be able to act on once it moves into that 10th house space, something that you want to kind of alchemize again and make into something you are known for or that you share publicly. 5 could refer to Mars also. That is a Martian number. Let's go ahead and venture deeper into your chart though and think about your 5th house, which is Cancer. And the moon rules that house. No matter where the moon is, it's always ruling that 5th house space. So anytime there's a lunation, you're receiving information about how you love, how you play, children you may have or may desire to have, how you express yourself, and how you express affection. And let's think about the full moon taking place in your 4th house and how it will be ruling your 5th house space. Perhaps whatever is illuminated in that 4th house, in that full moon, is shedding some light on what you want to feel in that 5th house. That feels very like I offer nurturance and emotional groundedness, but I do so for myself first, and then I allow you to come in. But this is how I express myself, right? 5th house water is like I express myself through caring. I express myself in an intuitive and emotional way. And so perhaps that's something you are further developing this season. Okay, thank you, Pisces, for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, please share, please subscribe, even though I doubted myself right there towards the end and got confused by my own words. Okay, next season we'll be talking about Capricorn. We'll be looking more into that Mercury retrograde, and we'll get an idea about what that future space looks like for you as you've moved through these themes. So I hope to see you then. Okay, Aries, welcome to your Sagittarius season forecast. As we move through Sagittarius season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Mercury, and soon Mars moving through your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, philosophy, religion, higher learning. we see Mercury make its way into and subsequently station retrograde in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and traditions. And we know Pluto's there, finishing up some final degrees in Capricorn for the time being until next fall. Saturn and Neptune are posted up in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means, me and my maker. We have the North Node in your first house of self and how we show up in the world. Jupiter and Uranus are in your second house of my skills, my resources, my values, and my stuff. We have the Gemini full moon lighting up your third house of the mind, how we communicate, our siblings and peers, as well as our local environment. And lastly, we have Venus making its way into your 8th house of shared resources, of psychological complexes, of ancestry, and yeah, support. There we go. I want that in there. Okay. So we're going to pull a few cards, get an idea of some themes being initiated for you this season. And we'll do so under the sort of guise of exploring the Chariot, what we are realigning between our conscious and self-conscious, subconscious selves. There we go. And Temperance, what is sort of elementally out of balance within us and around us that we can help restore, that we move forward with integrity. We'll also be rolling our trusty dice to get a sense of any other information we need to take a look at this season. So, all right, and new is we're gonna flip the deck. Oh, delightful. So Aries. Okay, so beneath everything we explore today is some theme regarding being ready to send something out into the world. Maybe we're gonna reverse this and consider that Mercury is about to be retrograde in your 10th house, which is the most visible space. So perhaps we're thinking about what we have been putting out into the world. Perhaps we're reconsidering our message or our missive before we take flight. Okay, so we'll see how that weaves into things. Okay. Some light, some dark. A nice blend here. Okay. We have 2 court cards and a major. Let's start with this 4 because that's what's on the ground in real time in our day-to-day lives right now. So this 4 of Wands, it's also maybe the most visually beautiful of this whole set. This 4 of Wands, we're looking at your home space. We're looking at maybe celebrating what has been added to your home or what has been transpiring within your home. Perhaps there's some sort of festivities. I mean, that could be holiday related, right? We have a lot of holidays coming up. Perhaps you are host to things for the first time or in a significant way. Perhaps your home life has evolved in some big way and you're celebrating. So that's wonderful. If we're considering what that might look like this season, we might be thinking about, what do I want here? What do I find worthy of celebrating? What 4 walls do I want to build around my passion, whatever I hold close to me, be it my family, be it my passion projects, be it whatever, fill in the blank there. Whatever I'm passionate about that I want to give foundation to, I'm considering what that might look like. I'm considering where I might be out of touch with that in this current period. Maybe there's celebration that has come with caveats. Maybe there is a rose that has come with some thorns. And it's important to hold space for all of these, all of the shapes that are manifesting within and kind of neutralize them, maybe stepping back from thinking that they are categorically bad or good, and maybe getting a sense of just the full picture and like maybe there are things I need to make more space for here. This is bringing me to Judgment, so let's shift into that direction. What is it time to let go of? Maybe there is something you've been holding yourself accountable for. Maybe there's something that you've been holding on to in terms of blame or shame or grief. This is often a card that shows up when we are ready to graduate from some state of being, but we're not really sure that we like deserve to, or that we're capable of leveling up. Perhaps we might be thinking, we might be stuck, right? We might be stuck in a place of, I can't let go of something that happened. I can't let go of something I have felt or been carrying. And it's time to just kind of be free. It's time to give yourself credit for what you have accomplished thus far. It's time to give yourself grace for whatever elements of these circumstances have been difficult. And maybe you've played a part in that in some way. We are humans, right? You're an Aries. Maybe you jumped into something. Maybe you popped off and like didn't actually mean it or have regrets. There's a lot of things that can come up here, but ultimately it's time to take some space and to reconcile those. Thinking about this all like all of these planets hanging out in your ninth house, there's some meaning to be made here. That's a very ninth house theme. How do I take what I've learned, third house, and like kind of project it onto some bigger picture? How do I weave this into what I understand about the world? And how can I connect this to like a broader narrative that I'm a part of? If we're resisting this, that's going to feel really icky. That's going to feel like you are really trying to weigh yourself down with some sort of responsibility that might not be yours. Maybe this experience of judgment is entirely within you. Maybe there's no external circumstances that you've been a part of that have caused you to feel guilt or shame. Maybe there's something much more deep-seated within you that you've been trying to like progress beyond without actually doing the work of kind of doing that digging up and sitting with and taking inventory of, you know, where did I know better and where did I act from a purely unknowing, unwitting place, right? Doing that work to take inventory of what's yours to own and what is maybe someone else's that they need to be in this kind of relationship to at this time. And then moving through that process of letting that go. These core cards are pretty interesting. I love the Knight of Swords for you. If you're daring enough to kind of ask yourself these questions, you might find yourself in pursuit of new truth. Maybe that's connected to Mercury's retrograde in your 10th house. Maybe what you've been sort of putting into the world in terms of your legacy. Maybe you've thought about it a certain way, or it has had a certain value to you that you are now reconsidering. Maybe you want to be seeking out something beyond the bounds of what you've known already. This could also very much connect to the multitude of planets hanging out in your 9th house, right? Again, that house of higher learning, of other cultures, of travel. Those are connected to the 9th house because the more we do those things, the more we learn about not only the world we live in, but also who we are within it. Now, Sagittarius could very easily turn into colonizer energy. I'm traveling, I'm exploring, and this is so good that I want to own it. And that might be where we need to be mindful. But for all intents and purposes, exposure to different ideas and spaces and people is something that allows us to open up deeper understanding of ourselves, our own nuances, our own desires, our own drives and motivations. So there's an emphasis this month for you on exploring. And maybe there's an external exploration, right? And maybe there's a more internal exploration here. We could think about this as connected to these questions. If I'm able to ask myself these questions, if I'm able to put down what is not mine to carry, if I'm able to give myself grace and forgiveness for what I've participated in that hasn't felt great, that I wish I had done differently, then maybe this allows me to begin exploring what that would look like. What were my other options? What can I do better next time? What can I learn about and expose myself to that might allow me to be more open-minded, or to see another perspective, or to fill in that blank, right? So this could be something you're doing entirely within yourself. I'm soul searching. I'm opening up my mind within myself in order to really get a sense of what I believe in here and like what that means to me. Or maybe there's some literal, physical, tangible exploration where you are putting yourself in a position to learn more about something and see just what those new things you are learning and being exposed to are able to open up for you at this time. Okay, so that's fun. And then of course the King of Pentacles. So what are you taking responsibility for is my question for you, right? And let's remember, I like to think about these as roles, right? So this is you kind of stepping into the role of information or like truth seeking, right? You're able to come home and like take that hat off and then put it on when you want to. So this king is also a role. What am I deciding to take responsibility for? And it might not be something I'm innately responsible for. It might be something related to this, okay? Right, where I'm parsing through what is mine and what is not mine to hold and to like feel beholden to or responsible for, right? So what am I able to determine is a tangible responsibility that I'm able to take up at this time? Maybe this is a question that Mercury retrograde is asking, because that's such a visible house, that 10th house space where Mercury will retrograde soon. So maybe there's a question of what am I ready to step down from that I've been doing this whole time, especially if we're looking at like where I want to further invest in my home or in my passion project, right? As I celebrate this new milestone or this event happening, maybe I am no longer available to do these other more external tangible things for the people around me. Maybe I'm taking inventory, as we've looked at these other cards, of where I've slipped on taking responsibility within myself. What am I neglecting within myself? What am I tired of doing? What do I need to be doing more of? Maybe it's possible for me to identify what I'm ready to step out of so that I can put more of that energy into that thing that actually needs my attention now. So there is some sort of responsibility coming up for you. There's some sense of a desire or checking in with the desire to be that, right? It's a lot of responsibility to be the King of Pentacles. People continue to expect that from you, maybe at all times, and maybe that's really tiring. Maybe it's time to start thinking about when you get to step into that role and when you get to take that hat off, like I said about the Knight of Swords here. Let's roll these dice to get a better idea about what might be going on. Already we can get some ideas of where this ties into the Chariot and the Temperance narratives. If we're holding on to guilt or shame, that's ultimately buried in our subconscious space where we are connected to instincts and drive. And that means that those are at the wheel, right? So if we're holding on to guilt that needs to be processed, that needs to be confronted, that needs to be like absolved for us, by us, then that means we need to kind of slow the car down for a moment, because everywhere we're going, everything we're approaching is from this place of sort of harboring some secret shames or emotions about what we are up to or what we've been doing. And with Temperance here, we get a sense that something needs to be addressed, explored, in order to maybe discover what might be out of balance here. Judgment makes me think of the fire and water element here within Temperance. And if those are out of sorts, then we're really leaning heavily on the intellect and the practical. And maybe that's kind of showing up here in the Knight of Swords and the King of Pentacles. Maybe if we've been too reliant upon using our minds as well as managing the tangible, then maybe that's showing us where that's all a coping mechanism to distract us from whatever feelings of guilt or shame or upset we're carrying here. If I can just apply myself and stay rational and stay practical, then I'll get over this. Okay, or you can realize it's still there and that's super stressful. Okay, so we have 10. All right, yep, that 10th house is really like whatever it is that you are looking to absolve or be free from here is going to connect directly to how others talk about you and what you want to be known for. You might feel like, okay, I want to take responsibility for something that I did so that I can be free of it. And that involves thinking about what I'm going to do moving forward that's going to be very visible so that it's clear that this change has been made, or it's clear that I'm now honoring these values that I've discovered within myself. Mercury, okay. Yeah, I don't even know what else to say there. Mercury Mercury retrograde through that 10th house back into the 9th house is ruling the 3rd house, and that might be changing some of how you think or communicate. The 3rd house is where we communicate with others, and it may be that with a sign like Gemini, it may be that maybe you think your words are a bit more flexible than others receive them. It may be that you think that sort of switching directions is natural, where it's creating conflict, and perhaps from up here in the 10th house where there's an angular space in which Mercury is able to decide things. There may be a question of, oh, how have I been communicating, and what do I want to change there? What do I want to do differently? What do I want to feel? And of course, we see Virgo here, which is the other mercurial sign. So Virgo is your 6th house, your house of time, routine, and the body. Perhaps this too connects to the King of Pentacles. What have I been focusing on physically in the tangible realm that I've been hyper responsible for, that is serving as a distraction away from the imbalance I'm feeling on a deeper level within my emotional and like compassionate spaces? Whew, casual, super casual. Where have I been focusing on the intellect of it, the air, and not really thinking about the water, right? Okay, and so where do I need to step out of some role I've been playing in order to allow more space to explore these other parts of me that need my attention now? Okay, when I think back to this Knight of Wands, I'm thinking that I'm gonna put it kind of properly sideways, in this sense of maybe I'm not totally pulling back on something that I want to put out into the world, but maybe I am reconsidering how I do so. While Mercury's retrograde, maybe I am reconsidering what that looks like. And that's certainly not a bad thing. This can still take off as intended. But if we are updating the safety plan, that might be really important. If we're updating the mechanisms or like the protocol, then it's important that we do that before we send this out there, right? Okay. Aries, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, share, subscribe. Next month, we'll talk about Capricorn season. We'll dive deeper into that Mercury retrograde, and we'll get a look at what it's been reprogramming for you. Okay, I hope to see you then. Welcome, Taurus, to your Sagittarius season forecast. As you explore Sagittarius season, we'll see the Sun, the new moon, Mercury, and soon Mars moving through your 8th house of shared resources, ancestry, and psychological complexes. Mercury will make its way into and imminently station retrograde in your 9th house of faraway travel, higher learning, philosophy, religion, and Pluto is there as well. Saturn and Neptune are posted up in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, friends, and community. We have the North Node in your 12th house of endings, karma, solitude, what it all means, me and my maker. Jupiter and Taurus are in your Jupiter and Uranus are in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. The Gemini full moon will be taking place this season in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my resources, my skills. Lastly, we have Venus making its way into your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business. Okay, so we'll pull a few cards to get a sense of the themes showing up for you this season. Connecting them back to the themes of the Chariot and Temperance, our card of the year and the season respectively. And we'll also roll our dice to get a sense of what other themes or information we need to know about this season. Okay. Bottom of the deck says, time to rest. And we'll get a sense of what that looks like here. That kind of makes sense already, thinking about the North Node in your 12th house, the South Node in your 6th house. You're spending the next year and change thinking about what you can put down. And I'm going to think about that tangibly. The 6th house is the body of time, routine, the house of time, routine, and the body. Wow, my words today. It's almost like Mercury is about to station retrograde. And so you might be assessing your routine, your time, your body, and thinking about, where am I exhausted? Where am I about to let the whole thing burn down? Okay, so what can I put down to allow for that? All right. And if this is reverse, I'm not even going to flip it, because it's only one thing to say, which is, where are you resisting that? Where do you think you can't do that? Okay, so let's take a look. Oh, my goodness. Oh my, what a surprising pull here. Okay, we've got an emphasis on cups this season, and a lot of wand influence as well. The King of Wands is showing us maybe playing a role of some sort where you are the leader, you are attuned to the vision, and you're guiding others to this place. This also brings me back to the 12th house North Node, where you might be taking on the role of just exploring, not necessarily doing, there's no pentacles here, okay? So there is nothing practical happening. Taurus, are you okay with that? Okay, but again, South Node in the 6th house, like, we can't just be working all the time, right? Like, that's, it's a lot. We only have this one body. So maybe we're thinking about, what does my big vision look like right now? Where am I fortifying that in some way this season? Where am I really tuning into and recognizing the bigger cosmos that I am personally connected to, and the way that I am grounding that for myself as well as for others to benefit from and to take guidance from? Maybe you want to step out of that role. Maybe that has been really tiring. Maybe you've been guiding others and it's time for a little space for yourself. Maybe you've been sort of tending to the visions of those around you, or wanting to be this like model example of how to pursue something, how to be connected to passion. And it's actually time to kind of step out of that for the moment and maybe do a bit of that for yourself. Maybe it's time to reimagine what this big vision looks like. Instead of the upright of, oh, where am I seeing this begin to come together and culminate and manifest in some way? Maybe it's, I'm feeling a lack of inspiration. I'm feeling like I'm not tapped into my passion right now. I'm feeling a little dull. And it's not, it's not a great feeling for me. I want to feel more like I know what's happening and I'm connected to this. So I'm going to spend some time this season getting in touch with what that looks like for myself. I love the 10 of Cups. Even if we think about it reversed, it's not a negative thing. We are considering our emotional bonds with others. We're considering who we celebrate with. Let's think about all of the 8th house activity you have happening this season. So our shared bonds with others, right? And Mars is moving into that space, which can be a place of strategy for Mars. I'm able to strategize about what I want my shared resource space to feel like and look like. I'm strategizing about what I want to bring in here, or how I want to utilize these things. We've talked about how Mars is also a separative entity, and so it might be that we are reframing what happiness and shared emotions and celebrations of that sort look like for us. Maybe we're divesting from some of our shared resource concepts. Maybe we're divesting from some of our bonds with others. But we might very well be strategizing to deepen these bonds as well. I see something, I see a way, King of Wands, I see the way. I've recognized a path, and I'm able to put effort into making that happen for me right now. Let's remember that Jupiter in Taurus can't see Sagittarius, so there's not necessarily a direct path from what Jupiter is trying to do to what Jupiter's experiencing maybe into what Jupiter wants to make happen from that experience. I will say though that Jupiter is in your first house, right? As we've mentioned. And so there is this motivation to amplify the self in some way, to grow and learn in some way and show up in the world as this like bigger entity that is able to enjoy more. Okay, and so thinking about that as a motivation, it certainly makes sense to think about how Mars then will be taking orders from that Jupiter from the first house and strategizing how to make more of that happen within the 8th house of what I share with others. Okay. Who doesn't love the Fool? Yeah. So that makes me think about Uranus, actually. We should talk about how we discussed in the transit portion of the video that Venus is going to oppose Uranus once it enters Scorpio. And all of the transits to Uranus that have happened from Scorpio during Scorpio season have probably been catalyzing a lot for you in your one-on-one relationships. Maybe you've learned more about yourself and what you need in those relationships. Maybe you've recoiled a bit and done some reframing about how you get those needs met or how you approach others. Uranus in your first house means that you're the one showing up different. You're the one catalyzing things or maybe surprising yourself about in the ways that you want to show up. Maybe you've thought you would never do something, and while Uranus has been in your first house, you've suddenly done this thing and you love this thing. Right? So there's a few different ways to look at that there. But Uranus in your first house certainly represents this kind of Fool energy of, you know what? I've been scared of this, but something's telling me I just have to go for it. And perhaps there's something, you know, maybe this connects back to the 8th house as well, these themes of, I'm scared of this 8th house space. I'm scared to bond. I've been hurt here before. I've lost things in this space to other people, and I don't want to lose myself like that again. And yet at the same time, I am different than who I was when those things first happened. I have radically changed. Uranus has been in your first house for like 5 years now, boo. So like you've been going through perhaps steady or gradual, because it's a 7-year transit, this is going to sound contradictory, but like a gradual onset of radical changes. Okay, so you've probably surprised yourself previously in this way, and so this is certainly an encouragement to continue down that path of allowing those insights to guide you, allowing those new possibilities to inform what you want for yourself. Maybe the Fool is connected to the King of Wands. Maybe if you're rethinking what this vision looks like, it is connected to, because I've been in reverse, like resisting taking a chance on something because I'm scared. I'm scared of the consequences. I'm scared that I'm not going to know where to go once I jump in. I'm scared that once I open this door, I'm not going to be able to close it again, and that's terrifying. 8th house of psychological complexes. Okay, so but like there's no swords here, so let's just like bless. Okay, like that we're good. Like there's no freaking swords. All right, so this is really the time to go into that space and start questioning those things, because if we're resisting, if we're not taking that leap, we're missing something important, right? We're missing on the opportunity to deepen that 8th house experience. And the King of Wands shows us that you do have a vision. You actually, if you listen to yourself and you trust yourself, you might be connected to something that is so much bigger than the fear of this moment. Okay. I liked that, so I'm just gonna let that sink in for a second. Okay. The only somber card here might be this 8 of Cups. Again, the 10 of Wands is not an exuberant card, but it is really just like you're doing too much. Like, it's very simple. It's like, you can't do all of that. So we need to know where we need to stop. But in this 8, we've got an emotional ending, right? This is like I'm so guided by my passion, and I'm just like so motivated, and I love this thing, and I'm just going to keep doing it forever. And like, I can transcend all of my bodily needs. No? Oh, all right, fine. My love for this, my hunger for this can't supersede what I actually need energetically. Okay, but in the Eight of Cups, there is something much more emotional there. We've spent so much time building this, building this shit. Let's think about this. I was gonna say building the Tower of Cups, right? Like in the Rider-Waite image. But here, and then I almost said building the ship, and we didn't build the ship, but we've been traveling in this ship to explore new places, right? And that is a time-consuming process to dock, to unload, to explore, to hopefully, I feel like I'm describing colonization right now. So putting that in a better format, I think we are building connections as we explore, right? Like we're not, if we think about that in a pure sense, to explore is human. To want to bond with is human, right? So we spend all this time engaging with this bond, trying to build it up, trying to give time and space to what we are creating. And there may be a point this season for you, Taurus, where you recognize that something you've been putting energy into is not emotionally fulfilling for you. And that might be really frightening because, especially you, Taurus, you like to be able to trust what you have and know that it's not going anywhere, right? You want that sense of stability. And so it feels wrong, perhaps, to be the one to say, this isn't for me, this isn't nourishing me in the way that I need, even though I've put all this time and energy into it, it's just not yielding anything that can sustain me. That certainly leads us to the Ten of Cups and shows us some of what we might be reframing. This once was what I loved. This once was this source of exuberance and joy. It is now no longer that. How do I muster the courage, rather? How do I master my emotions in order to be in conversation with them and trust them, even though to do so feels heartbreaking? This departure feels heartbreaking. The sun is setting. These birds are flying south for winter. This thing is over. Nature is taking its course, and yet we are lingering on it. We are thinking about how beautiful the sunset is and how many sunsets we've watched here, and we're mourning. But it's necessary to acknowledge what is not fulfilling you emotionally anymore so that you can make this departure and open up this energy for something new. In reverse, this is really just, where are you aware of this and resisting it? Where are you feeling some sense of malaise, but you haven't been willing or able to identify what it's actually about? Is there something within yourself that you are moving on from that is mournful? Thinking about those psychological complexes, thinking about our defense mechanisms. Our defenses have served us, even if they are problematic. They probably are, because they're defense mechanisms. We've had to defend ourselves, and therefore there have been problems. Okay, so these defenses have served us, though. Like, they have protected us. And at a certain point, hopefully, we recognize that they are no longer serving us. And yet we do feel some sense of mourning. Perhaps we're looking back and thinking about what we've been and who we've been has brought us to this point, or has made it so that we need to say goodbye. And that's not the easiest thing to sit with. But we are looking at the bottom of this and thinking about what needs to be put down. Like, not only is this weighing on you emotionally and not fulfilling you reciprocally, but it may also be some of what is draining you and some of what needs to be put down. And that might be hard to sit with. Okay, so thinking about how this ties into the Chariot, into Temperance, seeing where something needs to be put down in order to free up this space. Something needs to be put down in order to allow you to re-enter into balance. So if the fire part of this set of resources is like leading the pack, then we might be ungrounded. We might be out of touch with our emotions. We might be like not necessarily thinking rationally because we're being guided by this force. And ultimately, that connects us to what we're able to show up for, what we're able to move toward. If you're not able to move forward because you're weighed down by all of this, then that's really slowing down this chariot as well as impacting what the motivation is to continue moving. Pisces, okay, thinking about that 11th house space where Saturn and Neptune are hanging out, maybe thinking about, well, what will this yield for the future though? But like, if I do this, but if I reconsider these things, if I put this down, then what does that mean for my future? But we know that Saturn's there at 0 degrees, newly stationed direct, helping you build that space. So I wouldn't even worry about that. Jupiter is ruling that space from your first house. So Jupiter is invested in building a future for you, whether you're aware of it or not, okay? And that brings us to Jupiter as well. Jupiter ruling this season, Jupiter from your first house, Jupiter ruling that 11th house space, right? And ruling that 8th house space where all of the planets are moving through now. Jupiter may have this intention for you to become more aware of those psychological influences in order to help you build a stronger path to that future, okay? So, 12th house, that's where the North Node is. You're learning a lot about what everything means to you. You're learning a lot about what it is to be alone intentionally, and maybe that's part of these cups and this Fool. If we can give ourselves space to be alone intentionally, then it allows us deeper insight and clarity into all of these other mechanisms within ourselves. And then we're able to show up better for what is tangible and practical around us. Okay, thank you, Taurus, so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, share, subscribe. Next month, we'll talk about Capricorn season. We'll dig further into that Mercury retrograde and see what it's been pulling up for you. And I hope to see you then. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your Sagittarius season forecast. So as we move through Sagittarius season, we are seeing the sun, moon, new moon, I should say, Mercury, and very soon Mars moving through your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, business, lover, or enemy. We have Mercury making its way into and promptly stationing retrograde in your 8th house of shared resources, ancestry, and psychological complexes. Saturn and Neptune have been posted up in your 10th house of reputation, career, and legacy. The North Node has been moving through your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and community. We have Jupiter and Uranus moving through your 12th house of endings, what it all means, me and my maker, solitude, karma. We will have the Gemini full moon happening in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. Last but not least, we have Venus making its way into your 6th house. Oh, well, let's just honor this real quick. Just needed to leap out of the deck for a moment. And 9 of Swords, we will see if you show up in the main reading. But what are you anxious about? Is it Venus moving into the 6th house of time, routine, and the body? Because that tends to be where planets get a bit anxious. Okay, so interesting. We will pull a few cards to get a sense of what this season will be bringing up for you. We'll also be looking at how those tie into the stories we've laid out with the Chariot, our card for the year, as well as Temperance, our card for the season. And lastly, we'll be rolling our fluorite dice, to get a sense of anything else we need to know about this season for you. So let's go ahead and take a look. And I'm also doing a little bottom of the deck preview as well, just to sort of see what's at the foundation of everything, what's beneath all of this. We've got the 5 of Cups, which is a mourning process. We have in the 4 of Cups opened up our hearts to some sort of commitment to an emotional bond with another. We've built something into our foundation. We took our time doing so because we knew that there might be consequences, and the consequences are that sometimes those cups spill, and sometimes we lose when we invest emotionally. So we might be in a process of moving through that somewhere in this tunnel this season, and remembering that there is still light at the end and there is still something to move into once we've gone through this process. Okay, so let's see who's here. Okay. Okay. All right. So that would have been kind of rude if it was just like, just wanted to trigger you and make you feel weird, but I'm not going to come back. Okay. So we've got some pretty on the ground cards with these minor suits here. And then we've got the Emperor, which is our Aries card. So we might be thinking a lot about that 11th house space this season, especially since Mars moving through your 7th house is going to be making a trine to that North Node in the 11th, as well as ruling it. So it's the first time that Mars will get to see that North Node, which will be from an angular house in your chart, which means that you'll really be able to heed those lessons and like act on them. Anything angular is what we have control over, we can utilize with agency. So, okay, let's talk about Mars, because Mars is a separative energy, right? Mars moving through your 7th house for the season will last longer than the season. It'll be about 6 weeks. So we'll have this through perhaps the end of the year. Yes, because Mars moves into Capricorn in January. So you're going to have this energy playing out over the course of the rest of the year at this point, Gemini. So Mars moving through that 7th house space might have you maybe like cutting ties with some of your friendships, your lovers, your business partners, or your enemies. Maybe you're confronting your enemies. Maybe you are acting on some dynamic in some way. And yes, that absolutely comes with a 5 of Cups vibe. We also see that in the 6 of Swords. We're moving away from something. The 6 is where we realize that in the 5 before it, there's no way to win. Something has come to an impasse and nobody can walk away victorious. That can be really distressing. Maybe we stay in that loop for a while. Maybe we try to wait it out because we don't want to, we think that whatever we're enduring is worth more or is a better experience than the grief that we will ultimately face if we were to decide to walk away. Well, I now understand why we might be seeing this 9 of Swords, because if you've been enduring something that isn't changing and it's continuing to impact your mental sphere, because that's a sword suit theme, is how we think, then guess what? If nothing's changing outside of you, and if nothing circumstantially is evolving and you're stuck in that place of an impasse, you're the one internalizing all of it. No, Gemini, never you. You don't overthink anything. Never. Perhaps that's what the full moon in your first house is trying to bring to your attention. That we'll be having about a week into this season. This Gemini full moon might be trying to get your attention about how you really feel about something. The moon in the first house is like, oh, emotions have surfaced. Okay. Like they're coming out now. So it might be inevitable. It might not be something that you can avoid at this point. And I want to applaud you for really trying to do your best to like sustain something that you care about, sustain something that you've emotionally invested in. And maybe there are other circumstances around why you've been trying to divert this or sustain this and just bear the weight of this alone. The 4 of Pentacles might be showing us that there's something you've outgrown, but you don't know if you have the resources for more. Okay, so let's come back to this 6 and think, you know, I really explored a narrative here that could be possible, but I want to make sure we get all the nuance of it. So returning to the 6, we are recognizing, yes, something isn't changing. And so the only thing that I can change here is my relationship to it. So I have to go. If nothing's changing here and no one else is walking away, I need to be the one to find that courage. Reversed, we're still thinking about it. We want to rehash all the details. We want to be sure that that's really the only option that we have. Maybe we are reconsidering something that we've previously walked away from. that we now are uncertain. Maybe that's the grief in the Five of Cups. Maybe I walked away too soon. I still feel like you've been trying to think your way out of this. And you've been trying to like stick with it. But let's absolutely honor that this narrative could be that you've already done this walking away, and you're retracing your steps. You're thinking about whether or not that was the right decision. But we absolutely see where the 6 can lead into the 9, right? Especially if that's something that we are retracing our steps about or we are otherwise avoiding. Because the 9 is such a big escalation of this energy. The 9 is, I've been trying to overcome this on my own. I've been trying to endure this. I've been trying to get all the facts, right? That's a very swords thing. I need more information. The 8 can really be, I don't want to look at any of the information. And that can certainly list in the 9, but there can also be an obsession with trying to rationalize things, or trying to, if I know one more thing, if I collect one more piece of data, then I'll avoid this thing, or then I'll be able to solve it. Maybe that will mean I don't have to walk away. Okay, so maybe if I keep going over this, I'll find something. Okay, but like this is, ooh, I don't think I've noticed this before, but it's really cool that this becomes much more ominous when it's in reverse. Like the darkness is below, and it's sort of this like, oh, there's like something within me that maybe I'm ignoring. I've been here, like something inside me is telling me to go, and like I'm neglecting it. I really don't know what the consequences will be if I face this at this point. I've gotten so deep with it. Or maybe you're finally stepping out. Maybe this reversal could be, okay, you know what? I'm tired. Like, I've been in this state of hyper intellect to avoid processing the emotions that are coming up, to avoid the grief that I'm experiencing. And at this point, like, I just can't keep this up. We can already see where this ties into these themes. We're not even halfway through this reading, and we already know that, like, if this is all happening, if you're resisting a departure, if you're revisiting a departure, if you're internalizing anxiety or overthinking things, that's absolutely an overfocus on the aerial part of this chart, on the communication and mental and intellect part of this otherwise balanced set of elements. And that means, yes, we're neglecting the emotions there. Yes, we're neglecting maybe our tangible needs. Okay, are we ignoring something that is really practically in front of us? Are we giving so much energy to this that we're not paying attention to the fact that these roots have outgrown this pot and we now are starving for nutrients? Okay. So, and even this, like, there's no wands here, but absolutely, and maybe that's why. Maybe there's no room for wands. Maybe there's no room for this passion, this burning fire within you, because you're trying to suppress those instincts, right? You're suppressing those senses and those, like, sensors. Okay, so, okay, let's go in this direction. So we've already kind of started to bridge this, right? We've started to bridge what might be happening here in the Four of Pentacles. There's a feeling of, I'm staying because this is all I have. And I'm afraid that I'm not going to receive any more. And therefore, I have to assume that this is my full allotment of this. I have to assume that this is all they're going to give me for this. And therefore, I can't risk it. I want to go, but I don't have the money. I'm barely able to save money at this point, and therefore, what does a departure even look like? I have no idea where I could possibly go right now. I am about to spend everything I have in order to facilitate some sort of departure. I have spent everything I have on trying to sustain or maintain whatever it is that is causing me so much anxiety. And so I'm just feeling depleted in this sense. There could be an interpretation here where I actually, you know, if I gathered every resource that I have right now, yes, it might feel like emptying the bank, but I could move myself or move myself in relationship to something I'm experiencing right now. And that can be a hopeful thing, if that's possible. It could be that it is, again, like risky, but something that will really speak to the other energies that are very prevalent here. Okay, so yes, if we are neglecting these needs, then we're neglecting each of the elements that needs our attention. And that's ultimately shaping where we think we can go. This is literally like a vessel, a vehicle in this card that is transporting us. So we see the parallels here, right? Like, if we're not listening to the instinct to leave, then that is making us, that is compelling us through our sort of neglected instincts to continue showing up for the thing that we should be moving away from. So let's focus here on the Emperor. It's quite literally like the source of light in the middle of the rest of these cards, right? The sun is blocked out here. There is sky, but the ground is sort of closing in on it. And this is like the light we're trying to get to. So it's really nice to kind of see, and these triangles mirror the triangle of the Chariot. So I like thinking about how these signs square each other, Cancer, Aries, right? And they are both about initiation. And so in the Emperor, we're learning about that Aries part of our chart, which, coming back to your 11th house, everything feels really bleak in the present, or your mindset has colored the present with such a light that it feels it has no choice but to doubt the future. Okay, so the North Node is in your house of the future, trying to get you to open up to what might be possible there. I'll come back to what I said about Mars spending a good 6 weeks or so in your 7th house and making a trine to that North Node and ruling it. And I'll come back to the idea that Mars is trying to get you to commit to making this distance, whatever that looks like. Maybe that does mean that you are letting go of something that you've tried so hard to hold on to, or that otherwise has caused you such a deep amount of anxiety. And maybe it has made you hold on to everything you have with every ounce of strength you have. Because if I don't let go, at least I'll still have something. And the Emperor might be saying, okay, so this is my first time seeing the North Node since the node shifted in July. And you've maybe been thinking about the future and have had no idea how to get there. But from your 7th house now, I need you to trust me that I can see the North Node, and I'm trying to show you how we're going to start to get there. And that might look like leaving behind some of those relationships. Again, friend, lover, business partner, enemy, right? And that feels scary. Absolutely. I don't want to undermine that. Like, we see the 9 of Swords here. That feels really intense. That has a grip right now. But the Emperor is saying within you exists the power to steer yourself toward what you desire in an honest and authentic way with integrity that also allows you to model to others what it is to do the same for themselves. And I'm going to go ahead and remind you that if the North Node's in your 11th house, that means the South Node is in your 5th house, which means we might be separating from how we offer love to others, or how we have been expressing ourselves, right? We've been expressing something in some way that is, whether directly or indirectly, allowing us to experience grief. So the Emperor is trying to get you to tap into this sort of bigger power, to get you to see that there's a path that is meant for you to take, and maybe it's for you alone. Aries is kind of a loner. Aries is, I'm going first, I'm the leader, and then like you can follow. Maybe this dynamic has been that you've been following someone else's lead, and that's what has been comfortable for you, and that's why you are resistant to being the one to depart. Let's acknowledge how difficult that must be and how much courage that must take. Jupiter, okay, hanging out in your 12th house, right? And ruling those planets in Sagittarius. So that might deepen that feeling of, I do not know why this is what is speaking to me right now. In the same way that Mars hasn't been able to see the North Node it's ruling until it finally moves through a fellow fire sign, Jupiter hasn't been able to see anything in Sagittarius because they are signs that can't see each other. So this whole Sag season will be a little bit mysterious to us. It's kind of like, why is this what Jupiter's telling me to do? Like, it's not directly connecting, so I need a little help understanding. And especially while Jupiter's in your 12th house, that is a house that we cannot see. We only feel it. It's sort of like something looming over your shoulder. And you're like, I can't shake this thing. And the 12th house is something that we must look at very consciously, right? The 12th house is a space where we are in solitude. And that might be solitude that was forced upon us and solitude that we've chosen. And whichever one of those is happening is going to impact how we experience that solitude. It might be that you don't want to choose that solitude because why would I choose to be alone? And yet, either way, you are alone. This is you being forced to be alone because you're not connected to whatever it is that you're sticking around for. So you are effectively alone in it. And you are just seeing the like physical being with the thing and not actually considering how that's impacting your psyche. How that's, maybe that's the Mercury retrograde in Capricorn, your 8th house of psychological complexes. Okay, let's start to tune into that space. That's impacting the chariot. Why am I driving towards something that I'm not actually connected with? It's because I'm only letting myself see the intellectual part, the logical part of the connection, but I'm ignoring my feelings and they are demanding that they be felt. Jupiter in that 12th house of endings is maybe trying to end something for you, is trying to bring something full circle and open you up to something much bigger than whatever it is you're currently involved in. And that requires some faith, which is a very Jupiter theme, and a very 12th house theme. I can't see what's up here. It's me and my maker. It's me and whatever I think the universe is about. I'm never going to see that directly. But we do need to be moving toward it and trusting that there's something in there that Jupiter's trying to make happen on the ground right now that connects to something much bigger than that. 5, the 5th house, where the South Node is, where you have been comfortable expressing yourself in a certain way and being fair. Like, is this just like a bunch of Libra for you, where you're just like, well, it wouldn't be fair if I left. Well, it wouldn't be fair if I was the one to do it. Well, I couldn't possibly hurt that person's feelings. All of these Libra qualities that are just trying so hard to preserve the balance and the peace, and yet we know that there's something imbalanced here. Like, are you the only one doing all that work? Is anyone else contributing as much as you are to like that mental labor of maintaining that balance? Okay. Whew. Thank you so much for tuning in, Gemini. If you enjoyed this, please like, please share, please subscribe. Next month, we'll talk about Capricorn. We'll dive deeper into that Mercury retrograde, and we'll get a sense of what some of those 8th house themes are that you might be looking at beyond this. All right, I hope to see you there. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your Sagittarius season forecast. As we explore Sagittarius season, we are looking at the sun, the new moon, Mercury, and soon enough Mars moving through your 6th house of time, routine, and the body, as well as service. We have Mercury making its way into and stationing retrograde in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. We have Saturn and Neptune posted up in your 9th house of faraway travel, philosophy, religion, higher learning, other cultures. The North Node is currently hanging out in your 10th house of career, legacy, and reputation. We have Jupiter and Uranus in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. We'll have the Gemini full moon take place in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means, me and my maker. And lastly, we have Venus making its way into your 5th house of love, true love, self-expression, children, play. All right. We're going to look at a few cards to see what's coming up for you this season, and we'll measure this out. Underneath the themes of the Chariot as well as Temperance are card for the year and the season, respectively. And we'll also roll the dice to get a look at what else we need to know about this time. And flip the deck and get a sense of kind of what's at the foundation of all of this that we'll explore here for you, which is the Six of Cups. You might be thinking about the past, reminiscing on the way things were, maybe missing some of the way things were, maybe reflecting on better times, or thinking about when things were sort of innocent and pure. Maybe you are getting stuck in that place, or maybe you're just revisiting some memories. You might be thinking about community care and what it looks like to feel more deeply connected to a community, what like mutual acts of care and reciprocity look like for you. Okay. Okay. Ooh. It's really a Sag time and there's so many wands. All right, so we have more emotions here. Kind of nice. There's no major arcanic cards here for you this month, so everything you're dealing with is pretty on the ground and happening within the season. Okay. Two of Cups, absolutely. Is the Six of Cups referring to you reflecting on the better times in a one-on-one relationship? We just said that Mercury is going to retrograde in your 7th house, which means that there's something to reroute or re-strategize or understand better or differently in that house of one-on-one relationships. What do they look like? So you're definitely giving a lot of thought to what perhaps you want from those relationships, what shape those relationships have taken by this point. And it seems absolutely natural that you might be thinking back on when things were maybe better or easier or more fun or just, you know, full of zest, right? And we could certainly see the themes of this coming up reversed in a sense of imbalance in our relationships. We might feel that things have been topsy-turvy. Our relationships have been kind of flipped onto their head. I'm feeling imbalanced in how I connect one-on-one. Again, very natural themes to explore with Mercury stationing retrograde this season in that one-on-one house. So that makes a lot of sense. And maybe you do get a little bit stuck in how things used to be, or, you know, kind of wishing that things could be like they were in the beginning. And that's something that Mercury might be trying to kind of work out with you, right? Okay. This Eight of Wands means that something's happening quickly. Maybe as we explore this, we come to some decision, we come to some declaration, we have swift realizations about something. So perhaps in our reflecting on the past, something actually like becomes very clear to us or happens swiftly in some way. Mercury is a quick little planet, and even in retrograde, it's still moving faster than many other planets. So, you know, there may be like once we start talking about something, and that's very Mercury, once we start talking about something, we actually make sense out of it very quickly. Maybe this is something happening internally within you. Maybe you're thinking about something that happened quickly before, and you're maybe considering, did I take all the steps there? Did I miss or overlook something? Did I send this out too quickly and now I'm sort of trying to edit it in retrospect? Did I act too quickly in my relationships? Or do I maybe want to think about my inner thoughts? Like if these are messages typically that are making their way out into the world, then maybe this is something that's growing within you. Maybe you're kind of recognizing some sort of process happening within you quickly, something synthesizing quickly. You're making meaning out of this reflection and this potentially conflict. Crossed wires in your oh yeah, okay, there we go. So if Mercury's retrograde in your 7th house, then maybe there's crossed wires that need to be addressed. Maybe you think you're saying one thing and someone else is hearing it a certain way, so you're like, well, yeah, I said that already, and they're like, this is a mess, what are you talking? Oh, that was for me? Like that was the thing? I didn't even know. So I love that crossed wires just popped into my head, mixed messages, maybe where we have been, you know, I've always been like this, and this is just how I thought things were going, but it turns out there's something amiss or awry here. And then we have these two court cards. So maybe these are roles you're playing. Maybe these are roles you're seeing others play. Maybe there's a combination. Okay, maybe this is all you. And maybe this is how you are with another. So I'll keep going and you kind of parse that out for yourself. But I do like that they're a sequence, right? They go in order. The page is, there is a possibility for new passion. There's a possibility for new possibilities. There's a surge of new ideas coming through, and we're feeling very lit up about them. And reversed, this may be, I'm feeling uninspired. And maybe that's some of the lack that's taking place in these relationships here. Maybe there's a lack of inspiration as well. We just haven't had that spark, okay? Maybe I'm not feeling that spark. Maybe you notice within yourself something has changed. And back then it was much easier to light this flame, and now it takes much more, or it's just not the same quality. Maybe you're even going back farther than that and thinking about, what does it take to light this fire within me? Maybe things were a certain way in the past, but I've grown, I've evolved, I've changed, and maybe what is required to even spark interest or spark this passion is completely unknown to me, or is something I'm still figuring out. Okay, that also makes sense for a Mercury retrograde. So then this night might be, okay, I thought I was going to carry on with this trip I was going to take, or this thing. I mean, Saturn's in your ninth, like, where are you going? Okay. Maybe I thought we were headed this way. Maybe I thought I was going to just like go ahead and put that out into the world, but perhaps I'm stepping back from that and I'm thinking about what this even means. This is a big gesture. This is, I have no fear about whatever I'm about to pursue. This is, I'm ready to rush into things impulsively, perhaps. Not dissimilar from this Eight of Wands, which is like, okay, and go. I want to be more cautious moving forward is a possibility. I want to hold back from just like letting this loose. And I want to consider, and we see the 8 wands here. That's no accident. I want to consider what I'm even trying to take out into the world. Okay, so like this is, I'm sending some things out into the world. Cool. And this is like, I'm personally bringing these things out into the world. I'm hand delivering these messages. I want y'all to know this came directly out of my mouth. And this might be, I'm really reconsidering. I'm stepping out of the role of expressing that in a certain way, or I'm taking more time to actually express myself right now. This could be, you know, I've done this reflecting and I have made some decisions and I'm ready to act on them. Whether that's I choose to stay here and repair this, or this is I gotta go, I'm out of here, right? We don't see the outcome here just yet. Again, that's got to kind of play out over the course of the season, but we definitely see what's being activated here. We definitely see what is coming up for you, and these bigger questions of like, who is doing what, and what do I want to do, and what does it even look like, and should I act on that right now? So I'm going to start kind of holding these dice, start the process of rolling, but let's think about how this fits into these broader themes. Something's out of balance. These relationships are out of balance. Absolutely. Maybe you are, you know, Capricorn 7th house. Maybe you are very like dutiful in those relationships, but maybe that sense of duty is outdated. Maybe you've been like, yes, I will show up for that. And it's like, do I even belong there? Is that where I want to be going? Was that the path that I actually am meant to be taking? I think Saturn in the 9th there is trying to forge some sort of meaning of what you've experienced thus far, and like what it actually informs you about yourself, right? That Saturn's trining that ascendant and saying, all right, so whatever you're becoming right now is going to be permanent. So like, let's think about what that process looks like. And maybe I need you to kind of have some relationship issues in order to think about what you are investing in and where that's going to take you moving forward and what that means to you. So something's out of balance here. Something is clearly like interpersonally out of balance, and we see the emphasis on fire. Maybe there's a lot of fire and the emotion is getting dried out, or like maybe you're really in pursuit of something that's important to you, and it's just meant that there's been less resources available in these other areas. Yes, I'm really trying to level up. I'm really, North Node's in your 10th house, right? I'm really trying to go places. I'm really trying to make a legacy, build a legacy, make a name for myself. And that's required a lot of fire energy. And maybe I haven't had that fire to give to my more emotional investments. Okay. The fact that we only have wands and cups here feels like we're really in a battle between the fire and the water. And again, like fire dries water out, right? Water can also put fire out, absolutely. And when they work in harmony, they can sort of percolate. They heat. They create like life. They like generate, right? So when they're out of balance, there's not the emotional needs being met. And again, if maybe you are this one who's focused on the passion, but that also might mean that your own emotions are being neglected. Maybe that's some of what the Knight of Wands is saying. Have I been going at this so hard that like we're both being emotionally neglected here? Both of our emotional capacities are drying out because maybe we're both in this state of passion. A lot of questions for you. But thinking about the Chariot, that's absolutely changing where you're going to go. Like, where am I motivated to move into, right? And let's come back to Saturn in your 9th house. It's not that Saturn's trying to keep you from going anywhere. It's just that Saturn's like, listen, if you're going to travel, I need you to pack what you actually need for when you get there. I need you to make a plan, okay? I need you to, like, I need you to know some people where you're going, or maybe like know where you're gonna land, all right? Because this is not just a dilly-dally, like, you know, I'm hopping on the plane and like YOLO. This is something much bigger than that. This is more long-term. So Saturn's really trying to get you to think about where you're driving yourself right now, and to consider the long run, and what, you know, this current route you're taking, what it's leading you toward. Is it what you want to be moving toward? And it's okay if it's not. You might be emotionally invested in this, thinking because like, well, because things were good, I don't want to lose that. But like, you've also been disconnected from the spark. So if there's no spark, then it doesn't matter how good things were in the past, because in the present, it's not happening. It's not here. And that's ultimately connected to where you are compelled, where you are instinctually guiding yourself in your life, what you are willing to initiate, right? Okay. We have Aries. Yeah, and 10. Okay, so we're definitely focusing on that North Node. And Mars hanging out in your 6th. Oh. Yeah. Wait, I didn't even like like that just got me. That South Node is so strong. Like the South Node's in Libra, and if you are a Libra, then like that South Node's even stronger, right? So you're like, but I want to hold on to the past, but like I want things to, but things are in balance right now. That's you know, we all can exist in whatever is happening in the present moment and treat it as though it is balanced, because it's our status quo. And if we've had to be in survival mode, if we've had to sort of hold on to what we have, or like be protective because we don't know what is going to come after that, then this might be a time where you're facing what it is to release some of what has felt sort of comfortable within your emotional body, or what has been home to you. So again, like maybe this is like, I gotta go, like maybe I'm not sticking around, maybe it's time for me. Okay, so South Node, absolutely pulling you away from caring so much about what is happening at home, to free up space to move toward these guys, Aries and the 10th house. And that's where the North Node is. So there is something happening where we need to let go of something at home. We need to be willing to surrender to whatever imbalance is happening for us in our most private space, and be willing to allow that to sort of give us the gas to make it up into that 10th house space. Okay, thank you so much Cancer, for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, please share, please subscribe. We'll talk about Capricorn season, lighting up your 7th house, and more about that Mercury retrograde when we meet again next season. So I hope to see you there. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your Sagittarius season forecast. Okay, so as we explore Sagittarius season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, Mercury, and soon Mars moving through your 5th house of true love, self-expression, children, and play. We have Mercury making its way into and stationing retrograde in your 6th house of time, routine, and the body. We have Saturn and Neptune stationed, just hanging out, in your 8th house of shared resources, ancestry, psychological complexes. The North Node is making its way through your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, higher learning, religion, philosophy. Jupiter and Taurus are in your 10th house of career, legacy, and reputation. The Gemini full moon is taking place in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and community. And lastly, we have Venus making its way into your 4th house of home, emotional body, origin story, family, and connection to land. Okay, cool. So we'll pull a few cards, get a sense of the themes being activated for you this season. We'll look at those under, or through the lens rather, of the Chariot and the Temperance card, get a sense of how they're tying into this broader narrative, and we'll roll the dice to see what else we need to know about this time. Okay. All right, and I'm doing a little flip of the deck to get a look at what's underneath everything. What's at the foundation of this? Well, I'm already thinking about your 6th house and that Mercury retrograde because the Knight of Pentacles is here. And that can be like workaholic vibes. That can be like, oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm a worker bee and I'm gonna make it all happen. So maybe you have the energy to be this Knight of Pentacles this season, and maybe, as my instincts are telling me, like maybe you're like, oh, I'm a little tired, because that Mercury retrograde is also like Mercury naturally is at home in the 6th house, but when retrograde, it's kind of like things aren't going the way I expected. My routine is falling apart. My workspace is under review. Like maybe there's what's the word that I want? Like renovations happening in my workspace. Maybe there's a staff change up in my workspace, but like my capacity to be streamlined, this Knight of Pentacles, is paused in some way. So we're gonna leave that at like a little angle there because we're not really sure yet, but I do think that my instincts are correct. Okay. Oh, Leo, look at your, oh wow. Okay. Got some big energy this month. Okay. Whew. So let's look at these minor cards first. Kind of look at what's on the ground for you. The 6 of Wands is like, look at me, I am awesome. And maybe that's the full moon in your 11th house. Maybe you're being celebrated by your community and your friends. Maybe you are accomplishing something really big that is opening up something for your future in the 11th house. But there's something worth celebrating here. You have accomplished something, or your efforts are being rewarded. You are gaining attention for something you've contributed in some big way. Maybe you're celebrating yourself. Maybe you are feeling a little disconnected from celebration. Maybe that's the 6th house Mercury retrograde. I'm not getting attention at work the way that I should be. I'm not getting the credit I deserve for that thing that I did. Everyone else on the team got the credit for the thing, but I'm the only one who did the work. Okay, so we have some possibilities here, but there's some themes of being praised, which, I'm sorry, Leo, there's so many stereotypes about you wanting that, and that's so unfair, but it just made me laugh. And yeah, I love seeing that in combination with the Knight of Pentacles. And I'm going to go back to something I said a moment ago, which was maybe I accomplished something that's being like rewarded and is opening up something for me in the future. Because that feels kind of like the vibe here. There's this feeling of accomplishment. We know Jupiter and Uranus are up in your 10th house. Maybe Jupiter is bringing you an abundance from some work that you're doing. Maybe you're in a place where you're able to start to enjoy the fruits of your labor. You're thinking about foundation. You're thinking about your resources and what you've done to acquire them. So these are really beautiful hand in hand if they are sort of telling this upright story. And if they're not upright, maybe the Nine of Pentacles upright is, home used to be abundant and I'm recognizing a sense of lack here now. I used to be able to work as hard as I have. I used to have all this energy, or I used to be this hard worker bee, and I was able to bring in a big fat paycheck, but my energy is changing, and maybe that changes my connection to my sense of abundance or my resources. If I'm not getting the credit I deserve, maybe I'm not getting the raise I deserve either, and maybe that is limiting my ability to really acquire a sense of wealth and abundance for myself. Okay. I know Saturn's in your 8th house of shared resources, which includes my boss, as well as whoever signs my paycheck, if they're not the same person. It involves our shared resources. So Saturn up there might be like, I'm ruling that Mercury retrograde in your 6th house to bring attention to something that you need to build into more deeply, or where you're seeing blockages in that boss-employee relationship that you need to take seriously. Is something Saturn might say. Okay. So, moving now into these major cards. Oh, Strength feels very much like an 8th house card, which is where I just mentioned Saturn is, as well as Neptune. Neptune in the 8th house is it's a long transit, right? So it's like 14 years. So the whole time can't really be like, what is my money like? Or is my spouse going to be able to make any money, right? It's probably a number of different manifestations of uncertainty in what our shared resources are. That could be a lack of faith in your government. That could be like my relationship to my landlord has changed. We had an amicable relationship, and suddenly he's being really, or they're being really shady or really withholding or mistrustful in some way. So perhaps there's something in that 8th house space that's being activated for you. Perhaps you are gaining more insight into your instincts. This could be Venus moving through your 4th, right? That 4th house of emotional body and home, knowing the self. And so there's something strengthening here for you. If there is something, and let's lean towards imbalance. So if there is something imbalanced, then you're being called to realign your instincts with your intellect. And this is the card that follows the Chariot. So we're seeing a direct, and this is the card that precedes the Chariot. So we're seeing a direct connection here between what these cards are trying to say. So let's go ahead and flip this and think about what instincts might be suppressed right now. Maybe you've been this worker bee. Maybe you are so committed to this routine, or what you give in service, and you've been intellectualizing so much and your instincts are not being regarded. So maybe there's something spicy down there that's happening. It's like, I'm angry because I'm not getting what I need, even though I'm giving so much, in that voice, obviously. And perhaps there's an overriding of the intellect by the instincts. I'm angry, and so I don't care if I need to be calm in this moment. I'm going to destroy something. Okay, also obviously in that voice. So there is some question about, what are my instincts telling me? Am I in a good relationship to them at this time? Do I need to sort of realign them in some way? And I love that we see this train of cards here, because they are all about realignment. The Lovers is a card of Gemini, so maybe again that full moon being expressed here. And if you've heard me talk about the Lovers before, you know that I tend to step out of the over-romanticized interpretation of it, initially at least, to describe the process of regaining intimacy with ourselves. We have a spirit self and we have a tangible self. And similar to what we just explored in Strength, similar to what we've been exploring in the Chariot all year, there is a dual process happening in all of these cards. In Temperance, we have a quad process happening, right? We've extrapolated this, we've like magnified this, and we've expanded the process, and there's 4. So now we're really seeing where all these cards come into play. So in the Lovers, it's Gemini, it's, do I reclaim my spiritual self? Am I too tangible? Am I too practical? Am I doing too much in the earthly realm and neglecting my spiritual self? Am I too spiritual? Am I lost in the ether and it's detaching me from my ability to tend to my tangible needs? Then we move into the emotional realm. Okay, my conscious and my subconscious selves. They're both driving. We make the mistake of thinking that the conscious self is driving and the subconscious self is just chilling, no problem. No, they're both like one, they each have one hand on the wheel. And if one of them is out of balance, then they are they're physically pulling the steering wheel. They are metaphysically, they are like within you, within your mental processes, they are pulling you in different directions. So you might be moving towards something in a very jagged way because they're fighting over the wheel. Someone might be asleep at the wheel, right? The subconscious might be taking a nap and only the conscious is going, but the subconscious still has like a hand on the wheel. So it's still kind of like jerking. Maybe we are totally at the mercy of our subconscious processes and we're not aware of. This might be like a shadow, right? This is literally shadow material. The way that Carl Jung describes like the placenta is our original shadow. We are in the womb with the placenta. It is mirroring us. Everything we are ingesting and doing and processing in the human body is being mirrored and like disposed of or processed otherwise. It's processing our waste, right? Is the placenta. And so as we then are birthed and grow into human beings, we no longer have that like physical thing outside of us absorbing our sort of subconscious trash. We have to figure out how to do it on our own. And sometimes, a lot of times, we don't. Okay, maybe also Saturn in your 8th saying like, hey boo, let's like straighten things up in here a little bit. Like, let's get to know some stuff in here because it's getting a little out of control. Then that leads us back to Strength, right? So then we return to our instincts and our intellect. Both of them are guiding us, but one might be more suppressed than the other, and it's important to bring them back into balance. And then here we have the broader balance, right? We see Temperance with these 4 elements then. And one of them, or all of them, or 2 of them, some combination of them may be out of balance. Let's see here. We see fire and we see earth. We see like a lot of earth, and that makes sense. Those are your houses of substance. So maybe your sense of security comes through your ability to work in a methodical way, because that's what like your houses of substance ask of you. So maybe there's an overemphasis on the earth. Maybe we're looking at, this would be the air, this would be the fire here. So which one of these is out of whack? Okay, this would be like air and earth, I think. I'm just explaining this for the first time, actually. This would be air and earth. So maybe we have the air and the earth out of balance. And this would be like emotions and air, I think. I'm gonna think about that. Ooh, emotions and fire is what I'm going to go with there. Yes. So here we have like emotions and fire. So you can see that like everything gets covered here, right? Everything has been spoken for in the combinations of these things. They're all here. So which one is out of balance, right? Which one is out of balance? And where is that causing you some sort of malaise? That could be, the Mercury retrograde could be that like you come down with a cold because you are overworked, because like there's been so much emphasis on the mind and on the practical, but like actually your body needs attention, or like you've been focused on the externalizing and not really doing the internalizing. Well, we know it's Sagittarius season, okay, but let's absolutely come back to the interpretation of the Lovers, where we are looking at us and a soulmate or a loved one, or like us and other, that sort of other half of us. I don't know if I buy into that phrase, but it's out there. Our significant other. Okay, that's pretty neutral. But let's think about that, and all of the attention coming into your 5th house, sort of lighting that up for you. How are you able to love? Is your ability to connect with the person you love or the people you love being impacted by whatever else is out of balance here? Because I'm not able to like build this abundance the way I used to be able to, because I'm not getting the credit or the praise or the attention that I need, right? So what's happening there? Mars there will want to strategize, will want to assert itself in a sort of you will be self-expressive. Let's say that. And it could be loving, and it could be just sort of you speaking your mind, right? So things to consider. 10, absolutely. Oh, here's Mars. Okay, so that certainly like doubles down on that. And that also is going to be ruling Venus moving through the 4th house as well. So we see the connection between home and love too in that 4th and 5th house sort of rulership happening. And the 10th house, yeah, I was just thinking about like what have you felt your reputation is based on how you can perform all these things, or based on these things maybe remaining out of balance, and what are you willing to risk up there? Uranus is still up there for some time, okay? So it might be time to allow yourself as much as you can afford, because obviously like this is a wild economic time. And I'm certainly not telling anyone to risk their financial security. Okay, so that said, this might be a time to think about what kind of risks are available to you, or maybe even just let's step back from that and even just get a sense of what do I want that 10th house space to look like. Ultimately, all of the Sagittarius energy is being ruled by Jupiter in that 10th house, and Jupiter in that 10th house wants to be recognized. Okay, Jupiter in that 10th house wants to be seen as a leader. Jupiter next year will be moving through your 11th house, where it is in its house of joy, where it is celebrated by community and friends as being a leader. In the 10th house for now, you may want to receive that respect from your boss or your workplace. Saturn is being ruled in the 8th house by that Jupiter, okay, bringing us back to that like whoever signs my paycheck thing. So just some things to think about there, bringing attention to that 10th house space. And remembering that Venus moving through the 4th house in Scorpio will be opposing those planets. So whatever surprises you experience during Scorpio season with Mars and Mercury and the Sun opposing that Uranus and Jupiter from that 4th house, prepare for Venus to make the same move. And that will certainly bring, and Venus is ruling that 10th house space. So that will absolutely be like a much more direct series of consequences from that opposition than we saw from the other planets, because they were ruling other areas, right? So Venus ruling that 10th house, opposing Uranus from the 4th house in its sign of detriment. Pay attention, think about what you want this 10th house to look like, and like what it means to you in contrast with what you are giving to it now. I hope that makes sense. Okay, Leo, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. We'll talk about Capricorn season next month, and we'll talk more about that Mercury retrograde, and I hope to see you there. Hello, Virgo. Welcome to your Sagittarius season forecast. As we look at Sagittarius season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, Mercury, and soon Mars moving through your 4th house of home, origin story, family, emotional body, connection to land. We have Mercury making its way into and stationing retrograde in your 5th house of true love, of children, of self-expression and play. We have Saturn and Neptune hanging out long-term in your 7th house of one-on-one relationship, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. The North Node's in your 8th house of shared resources, psychological complexes, and ancestry. Jupiter and Uranus are in your 9th house of faraway travel, higher learning, religion, philosophy, and other cultures. We have the Gemini full moon taking place in your 10th house of career, legacy, and reputation. And lastly, Venus making its way into your 3rd house of the mind, how we communicate, siblings, peers, and our neighborhood and other immediate environments. We're going to pull a few cards. Oh, someone wants to say hello. It's the 5 of Cups. I'm curious if we're going to see this show up in the actual reading, but there it is. Okay, so we're going to pull a few cards, get a sense of the themes being activated for you this season. We're going to sort of weigh those out beneath the Chariot and Temperance, our cards for the year and the season, respectively. And we'll roll our dice to get a look at anything else we need to know about this time. Okay, let's do it. All right, and introducing, I'm doing a little flip of the deck to get a look at what we feel is sort of at the foundation of what's going on this season. You have the Five of Pentacles. Are you feeling a sense of lack? There's a lot of energy happening in your 4th house. Maybe you're feeling a little bit stressed about resources. We have the North Node in your 8th house, which puts the South Node in your 2nd house. Maybe your direct earning power is changing, and maybe that's making you feel a little bit locked out of feeling resourced. That means, though, that your shared resources are growing. And so what you are moving away from that is just yours is kind of being redirected into what is mine and yours, what is mine and ours, what is mine and other. So the message in the Five of Pentacles is that there are resources around us. We just have to kind of know where to look. Oh, funny that the 6 is right under it. We have to know where to look, or we have to be willing to ask. It's often that we feel a bit of shame about asking. Maybe this season we're finding ourselves coming out of this place of lack. Maybe we are recognizing that we are more connected, or that we have done the asking, right? Maybe we've already done the asking and we're starting to feel ourselves shift out of this mindset. Okay, so let's see what we got here. There's a lot of different shapes happening here, and that's fun. Okay, so the only thing we don't have here is fire, and that's totally okay. You got fire in your belly, Virgo, with a Sagittarius 4th house. So your dark houses are fire, which means you've got fire within you. So we don't need to worry about that right now. But this is a pretty interesting setup here. I see a connection between the 4 and the 7 and the 5 here. They're all stories about perception. Yeah. Right? It's the perception of lack in the 5 of Pentacles. It's not that the lack doesn't exist, but it's the perception that we don't have any options to alleviate it. It's the illusion that we don't know where to look for the things. And maybe that is, again, connected to that sense of shame or guilt that's sort of clouding our ability to be forthcoming about what we do need, or to be humble enough to need in the first place. When we look at the 4, we're seeing a feeling of respite, and I'm thinking back to your dark houses that are fire, that sort of Sagittarius 4th house, Aries 8th house, Leo 12th house. And those are spaces where you take space from things. Those are not external spaces. Those are very private spaces. So I'm thinking about what that means to you at this time. Are you anxious about something? I'm going to guess yes, because we see a call to master our intellect or our mind this season, which we'll get to. And, the 7 is certainly another illusion, right? And actually, let's bring Venus into the chat. Venus, who's moving into your 3rd house of the mind and how we communicate. Venus doesn't thrive there. The 7 of Cups does, according to some tarot readers and astrologers, correlate directly to Venus and Scorpio. Let's explore that narrative. However, our emotions are currently for us, reframed, however we are currently experiencing our emotional realm, is going to absolutely shape or otherwise distort what we think we're looking at in terms of our options. Where this connects to Venus and Scorpio is that Scorpio is a very retentive sign. It is water that you could put one drop of a negative emotion into, and that water will hold that negative emotion forever. It will always remember. Venus in Scorpio in particular doesn't thrive here because, one, there's a need to strategize in order to get what Venus needs. And that's not necessarily Venus's game. Venus in Taurus is like, I am, and therefore I receive, and that is lovely. Venus in Libra is like, I connect with another, and together we like build something that I benefit from. And in Scorpio, it's emotionally clouded. It's not transparent, or at least like it's designed to be transparent in Libra. It is murky in Scorpio. Your feelings, my feelings, our feelings. No one's ever alone in Scorpio. There's always someone else there, right? Even if it's just the memory of it. And that's what happens in the Seven of Cups. We chose something once, and it didn't turn out to be what we thought. That happens a lot because our expectations and reality rarely align. But especially when we're younger and more impressionable, this energy can become really instilled within us. Again, Scorpio, a retentive sign. So whatever our experiences have been in having our needs met or in making those choices about resources that we desire, whatever those experiences have been in the past, or even just our emotions in general in the past, outside of the framework of choices or options, whatever our emotions have experienced up to this point have the capacity to shape whatever we think is directly in front of us in the present moment, as well as the implications of whatever we choose for the future. Whew, like that was a lot. Like that was a lot just to even say. Like that's a really complicated chain of command there. Whatever I've experienced in the past is impacting what I think is possible in my present, says this card. So whatever I'm currently feeling is going to impact what I see when I look at this picture. Is this a beach? Is that beach real? Yes, I want to believe it's real because I have entertained delusions before and I haven't known what I'm really looking at. And I think that things that look really good are really good, but usually they're not. But I still have that impulse, so I'm still going to think that this is better than it is. The opposite can be said too. I'm still going to think that this is worse than it is because one time I picked a cup and there was a snake in it, and that snake bit me, and it was a horrible experience. And now every time I look at this picture, I'm only going to see a snake. So whatever it is that we've experienced emotionally is going to impact whatever it is we think is possible for us in the present moment, and whatever that's going to lead to down the line in the future. So there's a lot of kind of, what are we navigating here? What are these dark spaces? What is the real feeling that's happening here? Is there genuine lack? Can I address that lack? Am I scared to address that lack? Well, I addressed that lack once in the past, and then this happened, and that made me feel shameful, so I went away and I hid. Okay, that's like one possible narrative that I just strung together there, out of a combination, like an infinite combination of narratives here. But you can kind of see that there's a feeling of like what we see isn't what we get, or like we're sort of blocking something out of necessity, and that's impacting these other, do you get what I'm saying? Like it's not that they're all exactly saying the same message, but there is a feeling of confusion and of what is next. What's next? What's next for me here? So what do we even connect that to? There's the North Node and the 8th of like trust again, and like the South Node and the 2nd, pulling us away from what has been mine. And maybe that's causing some deep insecurity. Maybe it's Saturn moving through your 7th. Maybe you're like, who do I choose? Neptune's been here for years. Did I choose the right partner, whether friend, lover, business, enemy? Did I know what I was signing up for? And like, has this led to a feeling of lack? And because I made this choice in the past, I now feel that I can't ask for help. Again, it's just some more possibilities that we're stringing together here. None of these cards are really us at our best. We can say that. None of these cards are really us thriving out in the world and feeling confident. All of these have some sort of like hidden something whether it's conscious, subconscious, whether it's internal or outside of us, there's something that we can't look at or can't face or don't even know what we're looking at to even not want to be able to look at it. Okay. Let's move into some of the more abundant energies here in the spread. Let's think about Hierophant, which is asking us all about, well, hold on. I know I just said that, but I want to reframe these for a moment first. Maybe this is a time where you're recognizing it's safe to come out of here. Okay, let's not, that felt very doom and gloom, so I wanted to kind of spend an extra moment on that. Maybe this is a time where you're feeling like you can come out of this. Maybe that has to do with Mars moving through your 4th house and finally being able to connect with that North Node in the 8th house. It's finally revealing to you kind of what's going on in those dark houses of yours. Maybe you've been very confused in here. So maybe you're finding your way out of this kind of need to take space and rest. Maybe you are stepping out of the obsessiveness of this choice, right? Because it's not actually, like it is about the choice itself, because you don't want to choose something that is going to pull you back into the spiral. Let's connect this with the Chariot, which, like, what am I driving toward? What is my motivation to even choose one of the things, let alone like what I'm seeing here, right? So maybe you're finding your way away from this because it is about the choice to an extent, but beyond that, it's much more about how you are approaching the choice and what you are aware of within yourself that is impacting how you're currently viewing your options. And so maybe, so maybe you're able to step out of that right now. Maybe you're able to step back from that and say, okay, you know what, I'm well aware of my feelings now. I'm well aware. And if you're not, Sagittarius season's gonna be in your 4th house. Lighten some stuff up. Okay, so, and Mercury will end its retrograde in that 4th house, which feels important to mention as you are a Virgo being ruled by that Mercury. So maybe this is a big part of this process at this time where you're like, Mars is moving through there and showing me the connection to the 8th house and the North Node and what it's all been about. Mercury is stationing retrograde in my 5th house and gonna make its way back into my 4th house before it stations direct. So this might be a process you're moving through now, getting to know the emotions that are coloring what you think is happening outside of you and what choices you think you're able to make. And that certainly brings us back to the 5 of Pentacles, because if you don't know what choices you're compelled to make and you don't feel safe or informed to make those choices, then how are you going? What are you asking for? What do you lack? What is the feeling of lack connected to? Let alone, what are you asking for? And like, who are you asking? And like, how are you? You know, there's like so many, there's so many components, and how that colors that. Okay. I feel better. I feel like we can now shift into these other cards. The Hierophant, my beliefs. What do I believe in? Do I need a mentor? Do I need, this is your 9th house, so that's a very natural place for Jupiter to be. Maybe you're seeking out a mentor. Maybe you're becoming a mentor. You have something to offer. You're teaching. Maybe you're reflecting on how you've taught others and what that's meant to you. Or maybe you are looking ahead to having the opportunity to teach others. Some other implications could be travel, right? Jupiter in your 9th house is like, let's go travel to someplace. Maybe you're ready to sort of put that into motion and follow an instinct you've had to go learn more about what there is in the world and what it shapes within you, because that Jupiter is ruling that 4th house, right? And the planet's moving through it right now. So maybe you're called to learn more, or go back to school, or again, as a student or a teacher, right? Maybe you're writing something. That could be a Jupiter in the 9th house thing. Maybe you're developing some new practices, which is very Taurus. How am I treating my body? What do I believe in? That's a very natural overlap of Taurus in the 9th house. And Jupiter might be exploring what that looks like for you. Maybe you've stepped out of some beliefs recently. And Uranus is there, right? Uranus has been like, woohoo, stirring things up in here for you. Maybe you're like, I don't believe that anymore. I actually just had all these planets in Scorpio move through my 3rd house and oppose the Uranus in my 9th house. And that has actually shaken me out of some old ways of thinking, because the 3rd house is the mind. So maybe I'm letting go of some old beliefs, and that is really deeply tied to like these other more on the ground processes, right? This is an archetypal card. This is going to be broader than this season, but it's being initiated for you now. And that would certainly color how you think about and what you believe about the things sort of right in front of you. And the King of Swords shows us mastering our mentality in some way. Whether that's, you know, again, teaching and you're like, I am archiving a whole system of information. I've created a library of this so that you can come and search it and I can provide that to you. Maybe it's truly like your own mental processes and you're like, you know, as I face these things within me that are bringing up or that have been connected to all this uncertainty and all these strange feelings, maybe I'm getting a sense of control over how I think, and I'm able to recognize how I think, and I can interrupt those thoughts and I can shift them into a different direction. Maybe you're stepping out of that role. Maybe you've been doing that. Maybe that's part of what's been overwhelming. Maybe you've been doing that to a fault, and we're starting to see where this connects to these broader narratives here. If I've been doing this to a fault, then that's been steering me away from where I'm trying to go. If I've been letting these processes control me, then I've been letting that steer wherever I've been going. And that's absolutely created a sense of imbalance, right? If we're not sure what we're looking at, if old experiences are coloring how you approach new experiences, I felt like I put that down and I felt like I wanted to really just like roll it. Okay. Then maybe I need to like consider where that's creating an imbalance for me. There's a lot of swords here. We have a little bit of everything, again, without the fire, and it's nice that it's at the bottom here because that's where your fourth house is, okay? But like a lot of swords, right? There's energy, a lot of water. It's top heavy, okay? It's top heavy up here. And like maybe we need to root down further into ourselves in order to balance this out, okay? We see 11, which is where what's in your 11th house right now? That's Cancer, isn't it? Okay, so maybe we're thinking about your future. Maybe there's some fears about whatever's on the ground before you now, and there's a fear that it's going to impact where you're able to go down the line in that 11th house space for those hopes and dreams for the future. Maybe you're looking at communities. Maybe you're reaching out to friends. Maybe you're becoming a leader in your community, right? That could be another manifestation of this. Absolutely, Venus is going to move to that third house and make that same opposition to Uranus. And the difference will be that Venus is ruling Uranus. So whatever was stirred up for you during Scorpio season that may have changed your beliefs, Venus moving through here, this is Taurus also, Venus moving through here and ruling that 9th house space is going to shake something up and then make a change because it's ruling that 9th house space. And let's think about the Gemini full moon happening in your 10th house, bringing attention to all your accomplishments. Maybe that comes with some stress for you. Maybe it's supposed to highlight your accomplishments, but there's some sort of tension. It's going to square Saturn in your 7th house. Maybe the attention you get, or maybe what is lighting up for you in your 10th house is that there has been some disconnect between how you've been able to connect with others and like what you've been able to accomplish. Okay, so we see that there's some things that need your attention, but ultimately that you have the capacity to like manage and navigate. Okay, thank you, Virgo, for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, please share, subscribe. We'll talk about Capricorn season next time, and we'll explore further into that Mercury retrograde, which will be important to you. So, in your 5th house of true love and children, maybe there's like a child imminent and all of these doubts and uncertainties are arising and we don't know what's coming for the future and we have to be strong. Maybe our love life is changing and it's creating a lot of insecurity and uncertainty. Either way, we're going to be mastering something here and we'll talk more about that then. So I hope to see you there. Welcome, Libra, to your Sagittarius season forecast. As we explore Sagittarius season, we are looking at the Sun, the new moon, Mercury, and soon Mars moving through your 3rd house of the mind, how we communicate, siblings, peers, and our immediate environment, including our neighborhood. we see Mercury making its way into and stationing retrograde in your 4th house of home, origin story, family, emotional body, connection to land. Saturn and Neptune have been posting up in your 6th house of time, routine, and the body. We have the North Node moving through your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, enemy, lover, or business partner. Jupiter and Uranus are moving through your 8th house of shared resources, psychological complexes, and ancestry. We are having a Gemini full moon happening in your 9th house of faraway travel, higher learning, philosophy, religion, other cultures. And last but not least, we see Venus making its way into your 2nd house. And we're going to see what happens over the course of the season. We're going to pull a few cards to get a sense of the themes being activated for you. We will connect those with the stories within Temperance and the Chariot that we've been looking at this year. So silly. Those are supposed to be in this order. Okay, and we will roll the dice to get a sense of what stories we need to know about that aren't present in the cards. All right, anything else we need to know? And we're going to flip the deck, look at the bottom, see what is kind of underneath everything that you are exploring this season. And we see the 5 of Wands. There could be a lot of like tense energy. This is often creative, but really it's passionate, right? And there's a lot of emotions that are connected to passion. This could be anger. This could be being riled up. This could be, again, like feeling a creative stir, feeling some sort of competition with other people. Okay, so we're definitely feeling something stirring within us. And, you know, we talked about Venus hitting the South Node this season, and that's your chart ruler. So there may be something that you are shedding in this time, or something you feel like compelled to stand up to or rise to the occasion of in a way that maybe you haven't before. Curious to see what else we see here. Okay, so we've got another 5. Lovely. Oh, you got yourself 2 major arcana cards this season, Libra. Okay, so we have another 5 here, and I'm going to start there since this is the most like on the ground tangible energy here in these cards. So okay, we are moving from a place of lack. Okay, we're acknowledging a sense of lack, whether real or perceived. Our 8th Venus is a sign that does concern like our resources, and that includes our finances. Our finances control our resources and what we have access to, and we know that Venus has had a very tumultuous year. So if there, and we have Venus moving into your 2nd house of my resources, my stuff, my values, the skills I use to get my resources. So we know that there is certainly a big, certainly a chance, maybe not a big chance, but a chance that some of what you're navigating right now is of a financial nature, okay? So however this lack appears to you, whatever you have not had access to is something that you're called to acknowledge this month in a way that you're able to and ready to act on, because sort of the story here is not just strictly the feeling of lack, but it's actually whether or not we are able to take the initiative to, and whether or not we are sort of humble enough to, or otherwise resourced in some other way to be able to ask for help. So what we need is within reach, and there is the sort of the caveat is that we do need to figure out who we can ask, what we can be in benefit from, right? So it's not that we don't have what we need, it's that we do, and we need to get a sense of what it looks like to actively seek that out for ourselves. Is there shame or guilt or something else of that nature that's attached to what this feeling of lack is bringing up for you? Is there a deeper seated feeling of insecurity that is preventing knowing where to start with this problem, or feeling able to ask, feeling entitled to receive, right? So we are looking at that at some point in this season. And it might be when Venus hits the South Node. It might be when Venus moves into Scorpio, which is a sign of its detriment. It may be when Venus makes that opposition to Uranus that we talked about, right? Everything else has been making that opposition to Uranus. That Uranus is in your 8th house of shared resources. So if you've had fluctuations this year in where you get your resources from, the 8th house represents like inheritance, or intergenerational money, right? If the 2nd house is my money, then the 8th house is our family money. The 8th house is my boss, so whoever signs my paycheck. If there's been some disruption in that arena, that's like very much out of your control. So there's now Venus coming in and making this opposition to Uranus while ruling Uranus, and there's certainly something there that stands to be reconciled, confronted. You may recall that we had Venus square Uranus while it was retrograde in Leo, and that was maybe the beginning of some of these fluctuations. And so now you're called to reconcile in some way what this looks like for you. Maybe you're really suppressing this. Maybe you're in denial of this. Or maybe you're going within to start kind of looking here and saying, where am I actually experiencing this on an internal level? So, and in some way, we are looking at some sort of lack within us, okay? It's interesting to see another 5 here, with this one being so robust and this one being much more meek, much more uncertain. And maybe this is in response to this, okay? Let's move over to this Knight of Pentacles, which might be you tapping into some energy, all right? It might be like, I am really tapping into my capacity to perform right now, whether that's like physical labor or whatever sort of work you do. You know, I hate that that's like such a focus, but whatever it is that you are completing or contributing to in a consistent manner where you're able to build. This is absolutely a demonstration of, okay, I am ready to put in the work. Like it's time to acknowledge this, and part of the way that I'm going to seek help is by figuring out what I can apply myself to in a consistent manner. Maybe we need to be thinking about, I can't do this the way that it has looked before. Saturn and Neptune are in your 6th house of time, routine, and the body, slowing things down, making things really confused. Maybe your energy levels fluctuate a lot more than they used to. Maybe things drain you more quickly in an unexpected way. Maybe you experience confusing symptoms that have no direct source or diagnosable cause. And so there's or maybe there's chronic illness. Maybe there's chronic illness involved, and we really have to be conscious about what we are capable of providing labor-wise to the system that we live within, okay? Like, this is a worker bee, right? And a bee serves a colony. So let's just remember that. So in some capacity, we are thinking about the role that we play, the role that we have tangible energy to play, maybe a role that we're stepping out of. Maybe some of the resolving this is stepping out of a role that isn't providing enough resources for the work that you're putting into it, right? Maybe there's some reconsideration of, all right, I can't really do this anymore. It's not serving me the way that I need it to. And maybe this is part of what we are standing up and fighting for. Okay, it's time to put myself back out there. Or it's time to really, maybe I'm committing to this energy, whatever it looks like, and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to defend myself. That feels very your chart ruler, Venus, being in Scorpio. Scorpio has to Venus has to strategize there. Venus has to kind of do a little more to get the same of what is needed. So let's focus on these lovely friends here then. These are 2 very beautiful omens. We have the High Priestess and the Star, and the High Priestess is absolutely I paused because Jupiter popped into my head suddenly. Apparently I'm supposed to be thinking about Jupiter being in your 8th house, and this really trying to also bring awakening to and like knowledge, deeper awareness and knowledge to that 8th house space, which is like our psychic space, right? It's psychological complexes, but I should also make sure to include the like our psyche, right? Or like our psychic capacities. It is shared resources. So what do we know about the world around us? What do we know that isn't just ours? What sort of material can we tap into there? So we're talking about intuition, right? Jupiter might be in there. Uranus might be destabilizing things to reattune you to your intuition. So let's think about like this being reversed for a minute and kind of, you know, what am I starting to listen to? What am I starting to pay attention to that hasn't been loud enough for me to hear before now, or that I've been too scared? Maybe I'm thinking about the lack and I'm feeling disconnected from my intuition because I don't know how to solve this problem. So I have doubts here. So we're being called to, in a way that's bigger than Sagittarius season, but that is being catalyzed by Sagittarius season. You're being called to think about what this looks like for you. What instincts and like intuitions are you tapping into? When you are able to stand in stillness, what comes through to you? And what lack like prevents you from accessing that stillness? Okay. And like, where can you balance out kind of putting in the work for what you need versus getting to rest and allowing for stillness in order to deepen this connection? The star is fantastic. You don't even have to do anything for the star, right? Like the star is just you win. It's like this is your moment. This is a time where you are seeing yourself, right? If we think about before this, we have, if I'm remembering the tarot correctly, we see the tower leading up to this moment, and it's this terribly destabilizing experience where everything we know about ourselves rips out from under us, and we move through. Here we go. We move through not just the tower, but we see around that we have like the devil, right, and death and temperance. And so this kind of brings us to this notion of temperance here as well. We have these themes of needing to disrupt the balance in order to really find our raw selves within the rubble. Ooh, that sounds like a song lyric. So there's this opportunity this month to really just see yourself shine in all of the questions you have here about, you know, what is going on for me and like, what do I have access to right now? Something that is really deeply powerful within you is this access to authenticity and just seeing yourself emerge from difficulty. So I feel like that's a really nice omen to carry with the rest of these themes. And we're going to start rolling the dice here to see what else we need to know. But know that at the root of this is like this is one of the most positive cards in the whole deck. And it really is just a positive omen of like you stepping into yourself, you coming into your own, you achieving a sense of like, I don't even want to say endurance or like resilience, although that is very much what we need to bring into the tower moments. But seeing yourself evolve, like, why did I just want to say something about Pokemon? I'm always talking about Pokemon. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. And even if this is reversed, this isn't negative. This is like, maybe there's not an outward acknowledgement of this process happening, but there is some internal victory taking place. There is some, like, you are moving through this process that's being activated for you. You're seeing what it would be like to see this self emerge, and that seed's being planted within you. Okay, so definitely thinking again about temperance, and maybe what feels out of balance is alerting you to what needs to change or what is currently in the process of changing to allow for this new authentic you to emerge. And that makes me think about the South Node, of course, which we see here in the dice. So this Venus hitting the South Node, I think, really at once bringing up those worst fears of what am I going to lose as this shifts balance, while also simultaneously I'm free and like something is off my shoulders, and I've just purged something like that that I didn't even realize was plaguing me or that was causing this imbalance in the first place. And from here I'm able to like start addressing these other parts that need my attention. we see Leo. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just think about like the Leo Venus retrograde. That seems pretty obvious, but let's move beyond that and think about how that took place in your 11th house. Yeah, so your hopes and dreams for the future, your friends, your communities, that retrograde this year maybe shook up who those people are. Maybe you have felt a change in who you're able to rely on and call on. Maybe that has been part of this question in the Five of Pentacles. Who are the people I can depend on and even turn to at this time? Because maybe some of those separate, like, friendships dissolved, right? Venus in the 11th house squaring that Uranus 8th house. Some of those, like, maybe we don't have the bond I thought we did. Maybe we are no longer overlapping in these same ways. And so, like, we're recognizing a distance here. So that might be something that you need to consider and think about and decide. And maybe that's part of the intuition as well. Decide maybe like what you want that to be. Or, you know, if you're making this big purge, being free of that weight, sort of thinking about how that space can now be filled. And I love that the seven is here. Let's think about your 7th house as well, right? And that's Aries. That's where the North Node is. So it makes a lot of sense to think about Mars moving through the 3rd house. Ooh, the 3rd house of your immediate environment and your peers, where all these planets are going to be, and where this new moon is, rather. That's lovely. So let's think about what that can mean for you. Putting yourself out there, re-entering like your neighborhood in some new way, meeting new people, connecting with others, showing up and showing people who you are, and like really showing off in that way. Like, this is me. Who are you? This is what I'm about. Do you want to be my friend? And Mars in there being strategic, wanting to kind of like fuck around and find out. And you know, Sagittarius is not like the serious sign, right? And so this is a playful adventure for you. So we can think about Mars from that 3rd house having the strategy of trying to bring people into that 7th house space for those one-on-one relationships. If you lost friends this year, or if you otherwise had to separate from groups of people, then we are doing the work now to find the new ones. Who's the new roster? All right. So that is what is in store for you, and that feels exciting. It is time, Libra, to like step out of everything that's been happening this year and really start over, I think. So thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. We will be talking about Capricorn next season. We'll think about that retrograde that's going to start in your 4th house of home, family, and like origin story, and move back into that 3rd house. And we'll see what that's going to bring up for you. So I'll see you then. Okay, Scorpio, last but certainly not least, welcome to your Sagittarius season forecast. As we explore Sagittarius season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, Mercury, and soon Mars, your ruler, moving into your 2nd house of my resources, my skills that I use to acquire my resources, my values, my stuff. We'll see Mercury making its way into and soon station retrograde in your 3rd house of the mind and how we communicate, our immediate environment, our peers, and our neighborhood. Saturn and Neptune have been posted up in your 5th house of true love, joy, play, children, and self-expression. We see the North Node slowly making its way through your 6th house of time, routine, and the body. Jupiter and Uranus are hanging out in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, enemy, lover, or business partner. This season's Gemini full moon will take place in your 8th house of shared resources, psychological complexes, and ancestry. And we have Venus making its way into your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. Okay, so we're going to pull a few cards, get a sense of the themes coming up for you this season. We'll do so underneath these narratives of the Chariot and Temperance that we're exploring now, and we will roll our dice to get a sense of any other stories we need to know about at this time. Okay. All right, and a little flip of the deck shows us that beneath everything we're going to explore today. Sort of at the foundational level, we're looking at some feelings of maybe imposter syndrome, maybe trying to get away with something, feeling sneaky in some regard. Maybe that looks like someone trying to get away with something in front of you. So we'll explore a little bit more as we dive into these cards. So, okay. All right, we've got some very interesting energies happening here. 10 of Wands is certainly a message that it's time to put something down. It's time to maybe delegate. And maybe that's difficult for you, Scorpio, because you are sort of someone who's in control, someone who maybe feels more capable of doing things yourself rather than kind of waiting for others to do it. It's sort of one of those, like, if I want it done right, I gotta do it myself vibes. But there's too much happening, and there's too much going on. Maybe that's a connection to that full moon in your 8th house that we know is going to square Saturn in your 5th house. Maybe there's too much between sort of how you express yourself and what your shared resources look like. Maybe wanting to play and owing something to someone in the 8th house instead. Maybe there are some other stories here. Maybe this is a North Node in the 6th house story where we are focusing on sort of refining time, routine in the body, and the North Node being ruled by Mars, which is moving into your 2nd house, is about to trine that North Node for the first time, is about to finally make contact. And so perhaps that story shows Mars revealing where you are working too hard in the 2nd house, using those skills to acquire those resources, and maybe your 6th house is feeling a little exhausted. So if this is reversed, either we're resisting this call or we're finally in a place this season where we are starting to put some things down. So that's certainly on the table for us at this time. Let's focus on this ace before we move into these 2 major arcana cards. There's maybe a little contradiction here in that you're putting something down, but also something is starting. Maybe you need to put something down in order for something to have space to grow, right? Maybe this Ace of Pentacles has been trying to emerge. Maybe something new has been trying to poke through the surface for you, but you've been too busy carrying all of these wands to really be able to focus on giving this space and nutrition and, time and attention. So maybe these 2 cards are in direct conversation with each other. Maybe this ties in a sense of like, where am I participating in things that aren't really for me? Where am I taking on a job that should be for someone else? Maybe I do too much because I have imposter syndrome, so I just try to do everything to like distract myself from this feeling. But either way, or regardless of the narrative that the 7 plays here, there's definitely an interruption to what is ready to grow and what needs to end in order to do so, right? We have the end of the wand suit, we have the beginning of the pentacle suit. And this makes me think back to the houses of substance, that 2nd, 6th, 10th house connection. And what we just described as Mars communicating with the North Node in the 6th house from the 2nd house of, hey, do less of this. I'm trying to actually bring you a new skill, a new resource, a new value. Something's trying to emerge here. And I think we see the how in these 2 major arcana cards. The chrysalis is an invitation to withdraw or to take a step back, recognizing that there's a transformation that wants to occur. And similar to what we've just explored with the wands and this pentacle, this transformation can only occur if we give it time and space. If we're running around trying to act like we are doing it all the time, then we're not ever giving ourselves the space to digest or process what we're experiencing. We're also not giving ourselves the chance to shed whatever skins are outdated to step into new skins. So we're definitely still seeing this connection to these wands and this pentacle. On a bigger level though, because the chrysalis is a major arcana card, this is Neptunian energy, this is in your 5th house, and maybe some of those squares to Neptune this season are going to be calling you to take a break, right? Like there's a T-square happening from all the planets in your second house to this Neptune in your fifth house, as well as the full moon in your eighth house that as it ends will square Neptune. And those are some kind of psychic spaces, right? The eighth house in particular. So it might be that you keep trying to push on, you keep trying to push onward, and everything squares Neptune in your fifth house. And that Neptune's like, we need room to play, we need room to rest, we need room to like reattune. And it might be that giving yourself this space is what allows you to sort of move into this Devil card. Let's reverse this for a moment before I move forward and think about, like, are we resisting going into this? Because again, there's too much that we are lying to ourselves about the fact that we have to be solely responsible for, is one story. Are we getting ready to come out of this place? Maybe this season is where you see yourself stepping out of a chrysalis space. Maybe you've been in there for some time. I find that hard to imagine, seeing as how Mars has been in your first house, making all these oppositions to all these planets in your seventh house. But maybe that's been pulling you into an interpersonal place, and maybe in that time you've stepped out of sort of more of the doing phase. Maybe you're coming out of this chrysalis feeling transformed. Maybe the chrysalis was Mars in your first house, returning home for the first time in like a year and a half, right? Returning home to Scorpio for the first time in about 2 years. So maybe that time really was when you were moving through that sort of dissemination process and really getting a sense of what's going to come next. That might be true since Venus is making its way into your first house soon. Venus has been in your 12th house, sort of dumping, right? Like making donations to the Goodwill, like getting rid of, purging things, being done with sort of nonsense that can't continue. And that's all been happening in your 12th house space of like your unconscious and your sort of karma space, your isolation versus solitude space. So perhaps you have been in this chrysalis vibe for some time, and it's time to step out and start to confront some of these issues that await you. So let's focus on this devil now. This devil is definitely bringing our attention to kind of what I just hinted at in that proposed narrative of I'm lying to myself about all the things that I'm telling myself I have to do. Who's telling you that? Is the system telling you that? Are you like bound to this in a way that makes you feel like you have no choice but to stay, when really we can transmute these rings and move outward from this place of feeling trapped? And that is the message of the devil. Typically, we are trapped in some maybe poor coping skills, some poor coping mechanisms. Maybe we're trapped in some defense mechanisms. And where the devil comes in here is in those little places where we tell ourselves that this is the only way this can be. Where we tell ourselves, well, I have to do all these other things, and therefore I have no choice but to XYZ. And so the only way that I can compensate for the ways in which I have to suffer because of X, Y, and Z are by doing A, B, and C. And that's not helpful, right? And even if we acknowledge that that's happening, we can get defensive in that system that we are trapped in. Well, this is how it has to be because everything else won't change. Okay, you're right that a lot is not changing. You're right that we are being expected to labor at a time that we're watching lives be ruined and taken, and we're seeing wars escalate, and we're seeing a divide, right? And we're still being expected to show up in the world, and that's very real. At the same time, though, there is space for you to take space. There needs to be the capacity for you to find a way to withdraw in the way that is needed of you at this time. And so if this is reversed, then maybe we are starting this work. Maybe we're recognizing, we're hearing ourselves say like, oh, I'm hearing that, and I recognize that that's me making excuses or me choosing to, this is going to sound harsh, but choosing to suffer. I'm sorry, Scorpio, I know, but like sometimes the intensity brings us to a place where we think we are wrapped up in something that needs to be happening that way. And like, it's actually not, you know? So perhaps we are in the process of doing this inner examination, looking within us and seeing where, taking inventory of where we are wrapped up in this story in some way. Okay, so we certainly see how this connects to the Chariot and Temperance. We can think about where this is a huge source of imbalance, right? Too much fire. There's fire here in the Devil too. Too much fire, right? Maybe this sacral sort of space within us is hyperactive. Maybe we are in defense mode because there's so much going on around us that we feel like we need to be in control however we can be just to navigate this time. And yet it's pushing all of these other elements kind of out of the way and further into imbalance, right? You want to be grounded. This earth is trying to make its way through to you, but it needs you to let it in, right? It's like the ground wants to be beneath this fire in order to support it. But if you're trying to run on fumes, then how far are you going to get? And that sense of movement overlaps with the Chariot here, because the Chariot is a vehicle that is pulling us forward. And if this is so deeply out of balance, then only that sacral space is the one at the wheel. These other elements don't get a chance to kind of get their word in, get a voice in at the table. And so we're only being driven by this sort of need to survive. That's going to be pulling us in a lot of directions that don't actually make sense for us or feel good for us. And if anything, they're going to keep pulling us back into this place of, this is what I have to do, this is what I have to do, this is what I have to do, because I'm not allowing anything to interrupt this. And I'm just carrying this. And if I don't keep running, then I'm going to collapse. And so this is the way that has to be. And I just have to do it this way. Okay, so that's not really serving you at this time, right? Okay, we have Jupiter, we have we have Capricorn. So we're going to think about Jupiter, which is hanging out in your 7th house. Jupiter is ruling this Sagittarius season. So Jupiter in Taurus, sort of trying to encourage you to explore more pleasure in your one-on-one relationships. That might be a way for you to kind of find some chrysalis time this month. If I can shift into a place of pleasure or enjoyment, that will pull me away from trying to do all this work. And that is, whatever's moving through your 2nd house right now, including Mars, is being ruled by Jupiter. And they can't see each other, but it is certainly still asking of you to explore where that pleasure exists within those one-on-one relationships, and to allow that to shift potentially how you experience that 2nd house of my skills, my resources, my values. The 1st house, which is where Venus is moving. Let's think about that. Venus is ruling that 7th house. Venus is going to come through and make an opposition to Uranus in that 7th house while ruling that 7th house. Also Jupiter, right? So there may be something that Venus in Scorpio in the 1st house is really seeking out pleasure-wise, and that's something that we need to pay attention to. We have Capricorn here, your 3rd house. Let's think about how Mercury is moving in there and is about to station retrograde. So Mercury in that 3rd house might be reconfiguring how you communicate, or even how you think about things, as well as how you connect with your peers. Maybe that's an invitation to shift away some of this responsibility. Maybe I'm getting like a 3 of Pentacles vibe here in terms of like, how can I still get all this done, but me do less of it? Where can I still be productive, but allow myself some respite this month? So thinking about that 3rd house, if you have planets in that 3rd house, those planets probably feel really dutiful, right? Feel really like driven to stand out from the crowd, to stand out from your peers. And maybe that's some of what this devil story is. The devil is connected to Capricorn, right? So there's certainly something there about where is your sort of competitive edge, and where is that continuing to pull you back into this story with the devil? Where in the 3rd house do you feel like, I must be good at this, or like I must maintain this sense of structure, I must maintain this responsibility, I must, like I have to respond to my peers, or respond to my neighborhood or my local environment. I must always be on call in some way. Is that a story that's trapping you here, right? Okay, so something to examine there as you move through Sagittarius season. Okay, Scorpio, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. We'll talk more about that third house and those retrograde activities there when we get to Capricorn season next month, so I hope to see you there.